Chapter 935. Because Yi Hao has the origin power of this world. Although Yi Hao is a mirror image projected onto the myriad kingdom continent. But Yi Hao's aura and origin power also appeared on the myriad kingdom continent at the same time, and Yi Hao has the origin power, that is, the god of all magical beasts in the myriad kingdom continent. So when all magical beasts saw Yi Hao, they did not hesitate and directly knelt down. You all have done well. In the days when I am not around, the myriad kingdom continent will be in your hand. Yi Hao swept his gaze across the myriad kingdom continent, all the powerful magical beasts that have transformed into human form. Most of these demonic beasts wanted to submit to him because he was in control of the source energy. And some of them are magical beasts that Yi Hao obtained in the myriad kingdom continent, those magical beasts that followed him in battle. For these magical beasts, Yi Hao naturally did not mistreat them. He directly raised their cultivation to the peak of the myriad kingdom continent, becoming powerful experts to manage the magical beast. Yes, Your Majesty. When Guan Yu saw the portrait, he was stunned at first, then he became ecstatic and quickly knelt down. General Guan Yu greets Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Guan Yu immediately knelt down and shouted. He did not expect to see Yi Hao now, and Yi Hao even appeared in such a special way, it really surprised him. To be able to have the ability to spread his portrait all over the myriad kingdom continent like Yi Hao, Guan Yu really can't imagine what kind of ability Yi Hao has. How could he be so powerful? Although he can also condense martial Dao power like Yi Hao, he definitely can't compare to Yi Hao. Your Majesty, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you encounter in the past 6 months to become so powerful? Guan Yu can't help but ask curiously. It's actually Your Majesty. Didn't Great Emperor Yang Long leave the myriad kingdom continent? He actually came back. Oh my god, Great Emperor Yang Long is so powerful. At this moment, almost all the humans in the myriad kingdom continent were looking at Yi Hao in the sky, their faces full of admiration as they discussed. One must know that when the Yang Long Heavenly Empire unified the 10,000 countries continent, they did not just attack the enemy. Instead, they would proclaim Yi Hao's greatness and build statues of Yi Hao to praise Yi Hao's great achievements. In less than 3 years, he had unified the 10,000 kingdoms continent, causing the never-ending wars of the 10,000 kingdoms continent to end. He established a supreme empire, the Yang Long Heavenly Kingdom, and let everyone live a peaceful life. Therefore, the hearts of countless citizens were filled with admiration for Yi Hao. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Immediately, all the humans in the 10,000 kingdoms continent looked up at Yi Hao in the sky and said with respect and reverence. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million reputation point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million reputation point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million reputation point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million reputation point. Just as everyone in the 10,000 kingdoms continent was cheering for Yi Hao, the system suddenly exploded with a system notification. 3,000 worlds, there are more than 3,000 real worlds. In every world, the strong are respected, and the world is the same. The weak world is destined to be bullied by the strong world, Yi Hao said slowly. He wanted to inspire the belief of everyone in the 10,000 kingdoms continent to become stronger. This was because the strength of a warrior was related to strength, and strength was related to the power of martial arts in the world. After all, the more power of martial arts in the world, the faster a warrior's cultivation would be. And the strength of the world was related to the living beings in the world. The stronger the living beings were, the more prosperous the world would be, and the stronger the world would be. For example, in a country, the happier and stronger the people were, the stronger the country would be, and the more prosperous the country would be. On the other hand, the stronger the country was, the more prosperous it was, the happier the citizens would be, and the stronger they would be. And the world, which is the 10,000 kingdoms continent, was the same as the country becoming stronger. If one wanted the 10,000 kingdoms continent to become stronger, then all the citizens of the 10,000 kingdoms continent must become stronger. As long as all the people became stronger, the Myriad Kingdom continent would also become stronger. Just like the 10,000 Kingdoms continent and the ancient demon domain, they were two different planes. But the level of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent was lower than the ancient demon domain. Therefore, the strength of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent was not as strong as the ancient demon domain. This was also why the experts of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent could not compare to the experts of the ancient demon domain, because their strength levels were not on the same level. For example, one was the plane of ants, and the other was the plane of humans. And in the world of ants, there were weak and strong. But no matter how strong an ant was, it could not compare to the weakest human, because the strength of an ant was not on the same level as a human. And that ant was equivalent to the 10,000 Kingdoms continent plane, and the human was equivalent to the ancient demon domain plane. Of course, the ancient demon domain plane was not the strongest. Naturally, there were stronger planes above it. If he wanted the 10,000 Kingdoms continent to become as strong as the ancient demon domain, first, he had to make the living beings of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent as strong as the living beings of the ancient demon domain. Therefore, this was also why Yi Hao wanted to stimulate the desire of everyone in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent to cultivate. After all, there were so many worlds. Who knew when the 10,000 Kingdoms continent would be attacked by other planes? And if he were to rely on himself to protect this plane, it was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, if he wanted to protect this plane, he naturally needed everyone to become stronger. Just like if the 10,000 Kingdoms continent became as strong as the ancient demon domain, then he could lead the army of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent and attack the ancient demon domain. There was no need to be like this. In the ancient demon domain, he could only develop step by step. And now, the 10,000 Kingdoms continent had completely become his world. And the entire world was slowly changing into the world of the Chaos Realm. This could be considered as devouring this world and transforming it into the Chaos Realm, making it a part of the Chaos Realm. And he was the master of the Chaos Realm. Only the stronger the 10,000 Kingdoms continent became, the more benefits he would obtain. Everyone obediently kneeled on the ground and listened to Yi Hao's teachings. Because Yi Hao was an expert who had broken through this plane and was also the master of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, in everyone's eyes, Yi Hao's words were even more valuable than an imperial edict. They were not willing to miss a single word that Yi Hao said. Listening to Yi Hao's words, everyone's desire to become stronger became stronger. Chapter 936. However, when they heard Yi Hao's words, they finally realized that the Myriad Kingdom continent was actually very small. Therefore, countless people were filled with yearning for the outside world. After all, if they could, who would be willing to be trapped in the Myriad Kingdom continent for the rest of their lives? If they wanted to go to the outside world, there was no other way but to become stronger. Therefore, at this moment, in the hearts of countless people, they wanted to become stronger. Rumble. At this moment, on the Myriad Kingdom continent, the martial power between heaven and earth began to tremble and rumble. Suddenly, in the originally bright sky, one could see a huge star slowly approaching the Myriad Kingdom continent. Why do I feel that the martial power in the air is actually increasing? I have the same feeling too. It seems that the closer the star is, the stronger the martial power in the air is. At this moment, countless people felt the gradually increasing martial power in the air and were discussing happily. When Yi Hao saw this scene, although his expression did not change, his heart was blooming with joy. Fortunately, he did not waste his breath. The Myriad Kingdom continent was indeed becoming stronger. Although Yi Hao did not know what kind of star was close to the Myriad Kingdom continent. However, he knew that the stronger the Myriad Kingdom continent became, the closer the star was to the Myriad Kingdom continent, and the stronger the martial power in the Myriad Kingdom continent would be. One must know that in the ancient demon domain, Yi Hao also saw a star that looked similar to this star. However, the star was very close to the ancient demon's realm. It was almost within reach. Yi Hao believed that if this star was as close to the Myriad Kingdom continent as the star in the ancient demon domain was, the Myriad Kingdom continent would probably be able to grow to be as powerful as the ancient demon domain. seeing the crowd's desire to become stronger and the changes that were happening in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Yi Hao continued, "When the time comes, I will establish countless academies in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Every citizen will be able to cultivate, and the level of cultivation techniques will definitely not be the only level in the Myriad Kingdom continent." Since Yi Hao could establish an academy in the ancient demon domain, of course, in the Myriad Kingdom continent, his territory, he naturally could not be stingy. After all, this was the first plane that he had obtained, and it was extremely precious. Is this true? Doesn't that mean that we commoners can all cultivate? This is really great. I can also become a strong person. Haha, my wish since birth was to become a martial artist, but I was forced by life. Now, I finally have the chance to bring honor to my ancestors. After hearing Yi Hao's words, the entire Myriad Kingdom continent was in an uproar. One had to know that the Myriad Kingdom continent had a large population, but only 10% of them could become martial artists. As for those who were unable to become martial artists, that was the majority of the people in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Almost 90% of the people were unable to cultivate. Of course, some of it was related to talent, but most of it was because cultivation techniques and resources were too precious. If they weren't lucky enough to get rich or obtain good treasures, it would be very difficult for the commoners at the bottom to rise up. And Yi Hao's words undoubtedly gave them hope that they could become strong. After all, who didn't want to be ordinary? Who didn't want to stand out and live a life of their own? Therefore, Yi Hao's words made countless people look at Yi Hao with admiration and gratitude. "I will treat all of you equally. As for how high you can grow, it will depend on you. I hope that one day, all of you can follow me and sweep through the universe." Yi Hao's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. When everyone thought that one day, they would be able to follow behind Yi Hao and sweep through the universe, they immediately felt their blood boil. "We will work hard to cultivate and follow His Majesty to sweep through the universe. We will work hard to cultivate and follow His Majesty to sweep through the universe. We will work hard to cultivate and follow His Majesty to sweep through the universe." At this moment, all the humans in the Myriad Kingdom continent were shouting in unison. And while everyone was shouting in unison, the planet in the sky was getting closer and closer to the Myriad Kingdom continent, and it was still moving. And on the Myriad Kingdom continent, the martial Dao power in the air was also constantly rising. Hearing everyone's shouts and feeling the constantly increasing martial Dao power in the air, Yi Hao was also extremely happy. According to this sign, it won't be difficult for this martial Dao power to catch up to the ancient demon domain. Yi Hao couldn't help but think as he looked at the constantly increasing martial Dao power. Although the Myriad Kingdom continent didn't have any stronger spiritual energy, but obviously, it was impossible for a person to become a fatty in one bite. One couldn't start learning to run before learning to walk. If the density of martial Dao power in the Myriad Kingdom continent could really compare to the ancient demon domain, then the strongest person in the Myriad Kingdom continent could only reach the demon guard level in the ancient demon domain. Instead, it could grow to the demon emperor level. That would be a qualitative leap for the Myriad Kingdom continent. At the same time, it would also change the only realm system in the Myriad Kingdom continent. In less than a minute, the density of martial Dao power in the entire Myriad Kingdom continent had doubled. Many warriors who were unable to break through actually showed signs of loosening at this moment. Furthermore, there were also many martialists who had a breakthrough in their cultivation at this very moment. Even ordinary people who weren't warriors felt that their bodies were much stronger at this moment. Many ordinary people who had diseases were being nourished by the martial Dao power. Their diseases were slowly getting better, and some were even completely healed. There were also many old people who were about to die. At this moment, their faces were glowing and full of energy. Not to mention anything else, just everyone's lifespan was constantly increasing under the influence of martial Dao power. At this moment, feeling the changes in the Myriad Kingdom continent and their own changes, countless people's worship of Yi Hao reached its peak. At this moment, countless people had become Yi Hao's loyal believers. This time, I'm returning to the Myriad Kingdom continent. In addition to seeing all of you, I'm taking away 3 generals from the Yanglong Heavenly Kingdom and bestowing you with a great opportunity to follow me to the ancient demon domain to expand our territory. Looking at the countless people who were looking at him with fanatical gazes, Yi Hao continued to speak. Hearing Yi Hao's words, countless generals were so nervous that they held their breaths. To the ancient demon domain, a great opportunity to follow Yi Hao. No matter which one it was, the temptation was huge for them. At this moment, countless generals were looking at Yi Hao nervously and expectantly. Chapter 937. Where's Guan Yu? Yi Hao scanned the myriad kingdom continent and asked. Hearing Yi Hao calling him, Guan Yu was so excited that he froze. General, His Majesty is calling for you. The lieutenant beside Guan Yu quickly reminded him. Guan Yu quickly reacted and knelt on the ground. I, Guan Yu, will follow your Majesty's orders. I would like to bring you to the ancient demon realm to expand our territory. Are you willing? Yi Hao asked Guan Yu. Guan Yu was more than willing, so how could he not be willing? He quickly replied, I am willing to follow your Majesty's orders. I will go through hell and back. Of course, I will bestow you power now. Are you ready? Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction when he heard Guan Yu's words. I am willing. Guan Yu quickly replied, as if he was afraid that Yi Hao would regret his decision. Everyone heard that Yi Hao was not only going to bring Guan Yu to the ancient demon realm, but he was also going to bestow power to Guan Yu. Although no one knew what kind of power Yi Hao was going to bestow upon Guan Yu, many people were envious of him. At this moment, many people were looking forward to seeing how much power Yi Hao was going to bestow upon Guan Yu. System, I choose Guan Yu. Increase his strength first. Ding dong, selection successful. As long as the host's mirror image leaves the myriad kingdom continent, Guan Yu will follow the host back to the ancient demon realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Guan Yu's cultivation has been successfully increased. His current cultivation is at Atman body level 1. At this moment, in the sky above the myriad kingdom continent, other than the martial path star, another star appeared. However, the distance between those stars was much greater than that of the martial path star. Even if the experts in the myriad kingdom continent looked at that star, they could only vaguely see the outline of the star. Compared to the martial Dao strength star that was close at hand, that star was simply pitifully small. Boom. At this moment, a trace of spiritual energy appeared above the myriad kingdom continent. At this moment, the sparse spiritual energy gathered together and poured into Guan Yu's body. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. At the same time, they were curious about the power of spiritual energy. Because they had never seen spiritual energy before. They could feel the strangeness and strength of the spiritual power. The myriad kingdom continent is actually starting to have spiritual energy. Seeing this, Yi Hao was stunned. He never expected that by a freak combination of factors, he would be able to raise Guan Yu's cultivation and allow the myriad kingdom continent to possess spiritual energy so quickly. Although the spiritual energy in the myriad kingdom continent was still very little, it was at least much stronger than before. Therefore, in his opinion, the rise of the myriad kingdom continent was only a matter of time. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel that this power is stronger than my martial arts power? Guan Yu felt the completely changed power in his body. He felt that this power was very unfamiliar to him, but it was also very powerful. At the same time, he felt that his cultivation had also increased by countless times. Furthermore, it was not only his martial arts that had changed. He could feel that his dantian was also changing. Boom! All of a sudden, Guan Yu unleashed his power. Suddenly, countless people felt the strong spiritual energy fluctuations from Guan Yu's body. They were all suppressed and could not speak. At this moment, everyone looked at Guan Yu with shock and fear. Only they could feel that Guan Yu's power was simply too strong. They had a feeling that if Guan Yu wanted to kill them, they would not be able to fight back. Your Majesty, what kind of power is this? Why is it so strong? Guan Yu was both excited and curious as he looked at Yi Hao. This was because Guan Yu knew that Yi Hao was the one who could create this power. If he wanted to understand it, he could only do so through Yi Hao. This is the power above martial arts power, Spiritual energy. Seeing the curious gazes of countless people, Yi Hao answered. Spiritual energy? Hearing Yi Hao's words, countless people memorized this unfamiliar term in their mind. Your Majesty, if we want to obtain spiritual energy, how do we do it? Feeling the spiritual energy from Guan Yu, countless people asked enviously. Only by breaking through the demon emperor realm can you comprehend spiritual energy. Only by reaching the Atman body realm can you completely convert your martial arts power into spiritual energy, turning your martial arts dantian into a spiritual palace and becoming a true spiritual practitioner. Yi Hao continued to answer. Demon emperor? Atman body realm? Spiritual palace? Spiritual practitioner? Yi Hao's words had undoubtedly opened the door to countless new world. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but listen to Yi Hao attentively, afraid that they would miss out on any information. I was wondering why my martial arts dantian was different. So this is the spiritual palace. Guan Yu was enlightened when he heard Yi Hao's word. Doesn't that mean that I am now a spiritual practitioner? Guan Yu suddenly asked excitedly. That's right. Your cultivation is now at the Atman body realm level 1. You are now a true spiritual practitioner. Looking at the excited Guan Yu, Yi Hao nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. After knowing that he had become a spiritual practitioner, Guan Yu immediately knelt down and thanked Yi Hao excitedly. One had to know that he felt that his current power was enough to kill any martial artist in an instant. At this moment, countless people were looking at Guan Yu enviously. After all, who didn't want to become stronger? Who didn't want to have spiritual energy that was above martial arts power? Who didn't want it? Who didn't want it? At the same time, countless people wanted to worship Yi Hao as if he was a god. After all, Yi Hao's real body had not appeared in the 10,000 lands continent. Just by casting a shadow, he could increase a person's cultivation. How powerful must he be to be able to do this? Seeing that Guan Yu had turned from a martial artist to a spiritual practitioner in an instant, and his power had increased countless times, many generals couldn't help but look at Yi Hao with anticipation. Because Yi Hao had said that he would bring 3 people to the ancient demon area, now that Guan Yu had taken up one of the spots, it meant that there were still 2 spots left. Where is Zhao Yun? Yi Hao asked in a dignified voice, as if he was calling out soldiers on the battlefield. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Yun immediately walked out happily and knelt on the ground. Zhao Yun greets Your Majesty. I want to bring you to the ancient demon area. The ancient demon area is extremely dangerous, and your life could be in danger at any time. Even I am no exception. Are you willing to go? Hissed Tilda upon hearing Yi Hao's words, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Hao's power was obvious to all. In their hearts, Yi Hao was like a god. But with Yi Hao's cultivation, it was possible that his life could be in danger in the ancient demon area. They couldn't believe how powerful the ancient demon area was. Chapter 938. Well said. Only by becoming stronger can you laugh at the world. Otherwise, you won't even have the power to protect yourself. How can you talk about a comfortable life? Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Yi Hao also praised. System. I choose Zhao Yun for the second slot. First, I will increase Zhao Yun's strength. Ding dong. Selection successful. As long as the host's image leaves the Myriad Kingdom continent, Zhao Yun will follow the host back to the ancient demon domain. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Zhao Yun's cultivation has been successfully increased. His current cultivation is at the first level of the Atman body realm. At this moment, in the sky above the Myriad Kingdom continent, other than the star of the martial path, the star in the distance actually moved towards the Myriad Kingdom continent again. At the same time that the star moved, the spiritual energy on the Myriad Kingdom continent increased by a lot. As the star approached, Zhao Yun's cultivation also continued to rise. Although they had seen Guan Yu's continuous breakthroughs, they were still shocked to see Zhao Yun's continuous breakthroughs. Which cultivator didn't break through one small realm at a time? Who could be like Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, breaking through dozens of small realms in a row? This was simply a miracle. As Zhao Yun's cultivation reached the Demon Emperor realm, the The spiritual energy around Zhao Yun also condensed and began to change Zhao Yun's strength. Countless people looked at Zhao Yun, unwilling to look away. It was as if they were afraid that they would miss something exciting. After all, they had never seen such a scene before. It was uncertain whether they would be able to see it in the future. At this moment, seeing Zhao Yun break through to become a spiritualist was a complete eye-opener for them. Haha, I have also become a spiritualist. This general thanks your majesty. Zhao Yun felt the brand new power in his body. Furthermore, Zhao Yun felt that the power in his body was countless times stronger than before. Zhao Yun couldn't help but be excited as he thanked Yi Hao gratefully. Seeing that Zhao Yun had also become a spiritualist, countless people looked at Zhao Yun with admiration. However, there were also supreme generals who were anxious at this moment. After all, there were a total of 3 slots. Now, 2 of them were gone and only 1 was left. Such a precious slot, of course, every general wanted to obtain it. After all, obtaining this slot was equivalent to breaking through the cage of the Myriad Kingdom continent and stepping into a new world. Furthermore, they could also become stronger and follow Yi Hao to expand their territory and achieve unparalleled achievements. How could they not desire this? But despite their desire, Yi Hao also wanted to raise each and every one of them to the Atman body level. Yi Hao also wanted to bring everyone to the ancient demon territory to follow him to expand his territory. However, the system only gave him 3 slots, so Yi Hao could do nothing about it. As for the 3rd spot, he already had a choice. That was Ran Minute, Heavenly King Ran. Where is Ran Minute? Hearing Yi Hao's words, countless generals felt extremely disappointed. However, when they heard Ran Min's name, most of the generals felt relieved. After all, they had heard of Ran Min's name. Thinking about it carefully, the soldiers had no reason to object to the 3 people Yi Hao had chosen. They could not say that these 3 people were not worthy of the 3 spots. Because no matter if it was Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, or even Ran Minute, among the generals of the Yanglong Celestial Empire, they were definitely the cream of the crop, the top 3 powerhouses. And Yi Hao had chosen these 3 people, so the generals were convinced. The only thing that made them disappointed was that Yi Hao did not choose them. After all, humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Everyone had emotions and desires. Furthermore, this was to raise their cultivation and enter another plane. Such a great opportunity was placed in front of them, but they had no fate with it. How could they not be disappointed? If they really weren't disappointed, that would be the strangest thing. I am here. I am willing to follow my lord to conquer the ancient demon territory. Ran Minute knelt on the ground and said. Seeing Ran Minute like this, Yi Hao immediately said to the system to raise Ran Min's strength. As Ran Min's strength increased, the spiritual energy in the Myriad Kingdom continent became much denser. Alright, all of you can go and do your own things. I hope that all of you will work hard to raise your cultivation. After choosing the 3 subordinates, Yi Hao said to all the people in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Farewell, your majesty. Long live his majesty. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone started to call out again. Yi Hao looked at the imperial city of Yanglong Heavenly Kingdom. He knew that his women and parents were all looking at him at this moment. But Yi Hao did not intend to greet them. Because if he called out now, everyone would be very reluctant to part with him. Wait for me, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Then, he ended the use of the sky-piercing mirror. In the imperial city of Yanglong Heavenly Kingdom, the women looked at the disappearing image of Yi Hao with eyes full of reluctance. In their minds, Yi Hao's words kept echoing. We will wait for you, the women said in unison. They also knew that Yi Hao did not want to meet with them because he was afraid that when they parted, he would be even more reluctant to part. Hao is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the disappearing image of Yi Hao, the imperial aunt said with a gratified expression. Yi Batian also nodded with gratification. Our son is indeed powerful. I just don't know if he has found the antidote. The imperial aunt frowned when she heard about the antidote. Because more than half a year had passed, the Earth Terminus Black Chi on the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor's body was getting worse and worse. If a solution could not be found within 4 to 5 months, the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor would probably die. I think Hao will find the antidote. The imperial aunt still chose to believe in Yi Hao and said firmly, I hope that Hao will always be safe and sound. Yi Batian said as he hugged the imperial aunt. Yi Hao separated his consciousness from the sky-piercing mirror. However, Yi Hao did not summon Guan Yu and the other two to the ancient demon's realm immediately. This was because Guan Yu and the other two were all people of high status in the Yanglong Heavenly Kingdom and had supreme authority. Yi Hao naturally had to give them time to deal with the matters at hand. Yi Hao looked at the cage formed by the demonic tree. With a thought from Yi Hao, the demonic tree immediately flipped open. The Heaven's End cliff looked extremely dispirited, as though he could not live anymore. Duan Tianya looked at Yi Hao with rage in his eyes. Kill me if you can. I will kill you sooner or later. However, now is not the time. Come with me, Yi Hao said as he grabbed Duan Tianya and rushed out of the hall. Duan Tianya was like a little chick in Yi Hao's hand because his cultivation had been sealed by Sun Shangxiang. Chapter 939. Where are you taking me? Duan Tianya was held in Yi Hao's hands. Duan Tianya felt his heart ache when he saw the deathly stillness in the palace. I told you that I would destroy your broken kingdom in 10 days. Now, I'm fulfilling my promise. Yi Hao answered Duan Tianya's question. Nonsense. Duan Tianya still refused to believe that Yi Hao would be able to destroy his broken kingdom in 10 days. After all, his 10,000-strong army wasn't to be trifled with. Even if the 10,000-strong army stood there for Yi Hao to slaughter, it still wouldn't be possible for him to wipe them out in 10 days. However, the scene he saw below made his expression change drastically. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. How is this possible? Why is my army surrendering? Under Yi Hao's lead, Duan Tianya kept passing by army after army. These armies were undoubtedly the Broken Kingdom's army. However, at this very moment, these armies weren't fighting. Instead, they were squatting on the ground barehanded. They were the captives of the Tianyuan Kingdom. Most importantly, these armies' weapons seemed to have been confiscated. Not a single soldier still had a weapon in their hands. How did it turn out like this? Duan Tianya wanted to rush over and grab a soldier to ask. However, he was held in Yi Hao's hands and couldn't ask. What kind of drug did you give them? Why are they surrendering? Duan Tianya suddenly looked at Yi Hao. In his opinion, this matter definitely had something to do with Yi Hao. However, this was a 10,000-strong army. He could accept the surrender of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, this 10,000-strong army was actually surrendering. This made him feel that it was extremely abnormal. He looked at the majestic and domineering flags that originally belonged to the Broken Kingdom. Now, all of them were replaced with the flags of the Tianyuan Kingdom. White flags were hung everywhere in the Broken Kingdom's barracks, representing their surrender. At this moment, there wasn't a single flag that belonged to the Broken Kingdom in all the barracks. When Duan Tianya saw this scene, he felt as if his heart was being sliced by a knife. His heart was constantly bleeding. When he saw this, Duan Tianya had a premonition that what Yi Hao had said was very likely true. That was to destroy Duan Kingdom within 10 days. After all, the Duan Kingdom's experts were all dead, and the royal family was annihilated. If this army of 10 million also surrendered, it would be impossible for the Duan Kingdom to survive. However, what he was most curious about and puzzled about was exactly what kind of bewitching potion Yi Hao had fed them to be able to make them all surrender. You'll know in a moment. In response to Heaven's End Cliff's confusion, he did not immediately answer. Seeing that Yi Hao did not say anything, the Heaven's End Cliff fell silent. He only wanted to know how Yi Hao had done it so that he could die in peace. Nether Jade City was Tianyuan Kingdom's largest border city near Duan Kingdom. At this moment, Emperor Tianyuan lived here. Halt! Who are you? Yi Hao had just arrived at Nether Jade City with the Heaven's End Cliff when he was stopped by a group of guards. After all, the war had yet to end, and there were many spies from the various countries, so Nether Jade City's defenses were naturally very tight. This is His Highness, the third Prince Consort. At this moment, Sun Shangxiang's voice was heard. Greetings, Lord Sun. When the guards saw Sun Shangxiang appear, they quickly bowed. When the guards heard Yi Hao's identity, they quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. May Your Highness live for thousands of years." "Greetings, my lord." Sun Shangxiang also bowed at Yi Hao at the same time. "Millimeter, have you completed the task I gave you?" Yi Hao nodded and asked when he saw Sun Shangxiang bow. "Reporting to my lord, Shangxiang has completed the task you gave me." "Good, bring me there." Yi Hao nodded. "My lord, please follow me." Sun Shangxiang immediately led the way when he heard Yi Hao's words. Who was that in the third prince consort's hands? Why did he seem to be wearing a dragon robe when I looked at him? I heard that the third prince consort went to the Broken Kingdom's palace. Could that person be the Broken Kingdom's emperor? What? If that person is the Broken Kingdom's emperor? That prince consort is too powerful. This is nothing. Do you know that the Broken Kingdom's surrender this time was all thanks to the third prince consort? After Sun Shangxiang and Yi Hao left, the group of guards immediately began to discuss. Their tone was filled with admiration for Yi Hao. "Your Majesty, the prince consort is back." In Emperor Qinyuan's temporary palace, a guard came to report. Cough cough cough, where is the prince consort now? Emperor Qinyuan coughed violently a few times. His face was extremely pale as he asked. "He seems to have followed Lord Sun to the training ground." The guard quickly replied. "Training grounds?" Cough cough cough. Emperor Qinyuan coughed a few times. "Prepare the carriage and head to," cough cough, "the training ground." At this moment, in Nether Jade City, there were close to 100 people standing in the huge training grounds. One must know that each of these people's identities were not ordinary. Every one of them controlled close to 100,000 troops. That's right, everyone present was the Broken Kingdom's Legion commander. "I wonder why Lord Expert has called us here." From Lord Expert's words, it seems like he has an important announcement. Important announcement? What's more important than our surrender? I wonder, now that we've surrendered, when can we withdraw our troops and return to the capital? At this moment, the close to 100 people present were all discussing. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Under Huang Zhong's lead, an army of close to 10,000 had completely surrounded the entire training field. What are they doing? What's the meaning of this? The Broken Kingdom's Legion commanders couldn't help but look around nervously. Suddenly, a clamor sounded. "Everyone, quiet down." Hearing the clamor of more than 100 Legion commanders, Huang Zhong immediately released his cultivation and sternly shouted. "His tilde so strong." Everyone felt Huang Zhong's cultivation aura and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at Huang Zhong with fear. As the crowd quieted down, Yi Hao's sudden appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. To be exact, it wasn't Yi Hao who attracted everyone's attention. It was the Heaven's End cliff in Yi Hao's hands that attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the Heaven's End cliff in Yi Hao's hands, the more than 100 Legion commanders instantly boiled over. They all looked at the Heaven's End cliff in disbelief and anxiously asked, "His Majesty? Why is His Majesty here? That bold boy, quickly release His Majesty." Chapter 940. You traitors, why did you betray me? Duantian Yue glared at them and roared. From Duantian Yue's point of view, these commanders had betrayed him. As for the other Legion commanders, when they heard the words of the Heaven's End cliff, they were all stunned, their faces filled with puzzlement. It was Duantian Yue who had given them the imperial edict to surrender. Why was Duantian Yue saying this now? "Your Majesty, you were the one who gave the order for us to surrender. Why are you saying this now?" One of the commanders looked at Duantian Yue and asked in confusion. "Nonsense, when did I give such an order?" Duantian Yue shouted angrily. The commanders looked at each other in confusion. "Your Majesty, weren't you the one who asked Lord Sun to take the imperial edict and your identity token and ask us to surrender?" "That's right, Your Majesty, all of us surrendered when we saw your edict. Lord Sun is right here, you can ask Lord Sun if you don't believe me." "That's right, the imperial edict is still in Lord Sun's hands, we all saw it with our own eyes," the group of ministers quickly said. "Lord Sun? Which Lord's son? Duantian Ya frowned when he saw the ministers speaking. They did not seem to be lying. It's me. Under Duantian Ya's confused gaze, Sun Shangxiang walked out. What do you mean by you? Duantian Ya was shocked when he saw Sun Shangxiang. Shangxiang, make him understand what is going on. Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang and ordered. Upon receiving Yi Hao's order, Sun Shangxiang took out the imperial edict and a token. Seeing Sun Shangxiang take out the items, Duantian Ya immediately snatched them away. Looking at the words on the imperial edict, Duantian Ya suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at Yi Hao. It's you. Duan Ya, how's my imitation? Seeing Duantian Ya's angry look, Yi Hao smiled. You. Fut. Duantian Ya angrily held the imperial edict and pointed it at Yi Hao. Suddenly, blood rushed to his head and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What does this mean? Could it be that the imperial edict is fake? What? Doesn't that mean that we have all been deceived? I knew it. His Majesty would not give such an order. Hearing Yi Hao and Duan Ya's conversation, the 100 over legion commanders started to discuss. Their faces faces anger. Protect His Majesty, lead His Majesty out. His Majesty, let's go. Let's attack. After Duantian Ya's legion, how dare you? Of Duan Ya makes of there of there of them make Ya's sya. Many people saw that Huang Zhong was enraged and immediately quieted down. Duan devil Ya u of ya. There were more than 100 legion commanders present, and their cultivation bases were still at the demon venerable level. They were definitely not Huang Zhong's match. Thus, many people were filled with fear toward Huang Zhong. Sigh, there's no need for that. Yi Hao waved his hand at Huang Zhong. Since so many commanders don't want to stay here, then let them leave. Milord, this. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Huang Zhong was afraid that he had misheard. After receiving Yi Hao's signal, Huang Zhong immediately nodded and waved his hand. Move aside. Hearing Huang Zhong's order, more than 10,000 guards immediately opened up a path. You're really letting us go? There can't be a trap, right? Since you've released us, shouldn't you release His Majesty as well? Many of the legion commanders asked in disbelief when they saw the path being cleared. Their faces were filled with vigilance and suspicion. If Duan Huang wants to leave, then let's go. Yi Hao let go of Duan Huang without any hesitation. Your Majesty, please leave with us. Your Majesty, let us escort you back. Your Majesty. Many of them saw that Yi Hao had really let go of Duan Ya and hurriedly spoke up in excitement. Duan Ya turned to look at Yi Hao. Seeing the smile on Yi Hao's face, he couldn't help but say, "Sigh, I didn't expect you to be so scheming at such a young age. Your Majesty, let's go." Many of the legion commanders hurriedly urged. You don't have to care about me. Leave on your own. I hope you can leave. Duan Ya waved his hand. Your Majesty, there's no need to say more. Let's go. Without waiting for the legion commanders to finish speaking, Duan Ya spoke up. Let's go. Your Majesty, we will lead the army to escort you back. Your Majesty, we promise. Many of the legion commanders immediately turned and left after saying their piece. More than half of the legion commanders present left quickly. Duan Huang, I asked you to leave. Why didn't you leave? This might be your only chance to leave. Yi Hao couldn't help but ask Duan Ya. Ha ha ha. Duan Ya immediately looked up and laughed. Do you really think I'm stupid? Would you let them go? You wouldn't even let them go. Why would you let me go? Ha ha, you're indeed Duan Huang. Yi Hao couldn't help but praise. Following which, Yi Hao looked at the remaining legion commanders. Why didn't you leave? Almost half of the remaining legion commanders were present. When everyone heard Yi Hao's question, many of them began to look at each other. I want to seek refuge with Sir. One of the legion commanders immediately knelt down and said. Why? Yi Hao couldn't help but ask with a smile. Because in the ancient demon domain, the strong are respected. The fact that Sir could bring us here is enough to prove Sir's ability. Moreover, since Sir could bring His Majesty here, I reckon that the demon emperor of Duan Kingdom should have perished. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since the demon emperor of Duan Kingdom is dead, it's only a matter of time before Duan Kingdom is destroyed. In order to save my life and find a way out, I can only seek refuge with Sir. The Legion commander looked at Yi Hao with a nervous expression and said slowly, "Clap, clap, clap. Ha, well said. You're indeed smart." Yi Hao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I like smart people." When he heard Yi Hao's words, the Legion commander's face lit up. When he saw Yi Hao walking towards him, the Legion commander was very nervous. He knew that as long as he hugged Yi Hao's thigh, he would be able to hold on to his life. Plop. However, just as Yi Hao walked to his side, a sword appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Then, the sword directly pierced through his chest. Why? He looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. He didn't understand why Yi Hao still wanted to kill him when he had already said that he was smart. I like smart people, but that doesn't mean that I like fence-sitters. Since you can betray Duan Huang, you will also betray me. Yi Hao pulled out his long sword and swept his cold gaze across the remaining Legion commanders. Chapter 941. Temperamental. This was the evaluation of Yi Hao in the hearts of the remaining Legion commanders. What kind of person was the most feared? Naturally, it was a temperamental person. Because a temperamental person would make you unable to understand his thoughts. Whatever you did, you had to be careful. If you were not careful, your life could be in danger. Clatter. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, a series of footsteps was heard. His Majesty has arrived. A eunuch's shout was heard. Emperor Tianyuan was seen walking over with the help of 2 eunuchs. After seeing Emperor Tianyuan, everyone bowed slightly. However, Yi Hao frowned because he realized that Emperor Tianyuan's health was not looking good. Your health. Yi Hao frowned and looked at Emperor Tianyuan with concern. Cough, cough. It's fine. Emperor Tianyuan waved his hand. Emperor Tianyuan's gaze fell on Duantian Cliff. Then, he was shocked and delighted. Isn't this Duantian King? If it was Emperor Tianyuan, the person he did not want to see the most in his life, but also the person he wanted to see the most, was Duantian Cliff. This sounded very contradictory, but it made sense. Why did Emperor Tianyuan not want to see Duantian Cliff? That was because Emperor Tianyuan had only seen Duantian Cliff 3 times since his ascension to the throne, and every time he saw Duantian Cliff, he had to bow. To him, this was a great humiliation. After all, if the 2 countries were equal in strength, why would the 2 monarchs need to bow? Therefore, only the weak would bow to the strong. And because Tianyuan Kingdom's strength was weaker than Duantian Kingdom, Emperor Tianyuan had to bow to Duantian Cliff. However, in the past, Duantian Kingdom was only a subordinate country of Tianyuan. In the past, when the Duantian King met the Tianyuan King, he had to bow to him. But now, Tianyuan Kingdom had become so weak, it made him feel very helpless. Furthermore, the 3 times they had met, it was fine if he had to bow. After all, it was for the sake of the country, so a little humiliation was nothing. He could grit his teeth and get over it. However, every time they met, they would have to cut off the kingdom and divide a large amount of land and resources as compensation. But each time, it was Duan Kingdom who started the fight. However, the Tianyuan Kingdom was weak. If they did not do so, the losses they would suffer would be even greater. However, this also made him think that a trip to the Broken Kingdom would cause the Tianyuan Kingdom to lose a portion of its territory. Therefore, this left a shadow in his heart about going to the Broken Kingdom. Therefore, the last thing he wanted to see was the Heaven's End Cliff. Of course, he also had another wish. That was to meet the Heaven's End Cliff and have the Heaven's End Cliff salute him and return all the land that he had plundered from the Tianyuan Kingdom. However, in his opinion, both of them were incomparably difficult. Heaven's End Cliff had always been eyeing Tianyuan like a tiger eyeing its prey. How could they not be tempted by the Tianyuan Kingdom? After all, humans were always greedy. Who would complain that their country was too big? As for wanting the Heaven's End Cliff to bow to him and return his homeland, that was just his fantasy. Because in the ancient demon domain, strength was capital. Naturally, It was the same for a country. If the Heaven's End cliff wanted to do so, unless the strength of the Chenyuan kingdom was comparable to that of the Broken Kingdom. However, the previous Chenyuan kingdom's strength was declining day by day. Moreover, the civil and military officials in the kingdom all had their own thought. On the other hand, the Broken Kingdom was getting stronger day by day. If there were no accidents, the Chenyuan kingdom would be swallowed up by the Broken Kingdom sooner or later. Therefore, this time, Emperor Chenyuan chose to take the risk and start a war with the Heaven's End cliff. Because he knew in his heart that the Chenyuan kingdom could no longer afford to pay. If they continued to pay, the Chenyuan kingdom would be at the mercy of others and would be swallowed up by the Heaven's End cliff sooner or later. Rather than that, he might as well fight it out with the Heaven's End cliff. However, he had never expected that this fight to the death would be won because of Yi Hao. And at this moment, the Heaven's End cliff was standing in front of him in a very sorry state. Wasn't this just like his fantasy? You won. The Heaven's End cliff was very unwilling to look at Emperor Chenyuan, but he still opened his mouth to say this sentence. Cough, cough, the one who won is not me, but my son-in-law. Emperor Chenyuan coughed twice and with a happy expression, his gaze fell on Yi Hao. Son-in-law? Is he really the son-in-law of the Chenyuan kingdom? Who is he? Hearing Emperor Chenyuan's words, the Heaven's End cliff could not help but ask curiously. This was because the Heaven's End cliff understood that the reason why he had lost this time, and lost so thoroughly and in such a mess, was all because of Yi Hao. If it were not for Yi Hao, he might have already defeated the Chenyuan kingdom and taken over the entire Chenyuan kingdom as his own territory. Therefore, he was very curious about where Yi Hao had come from and why he had such strong people as Huang Zhong and Sun Shangxiang as his subordinates. If it was really because Yi Hao was Emperor Chenyuan's son-in-law, then Emperor Chenyuan's luck was really too good. He had used a daughter in exchange for such a strong assistant, allowing the Chenyuan kingdom to escape from death and turn defeat into victory. If he could give him such a strong son-in-law, not to mention one daughter, he would even give him 10 daughters. Of course, not only is he the son-in-law of the Chenyuan kingdom, he will also be the heir to the throne of the Chenyuan kingdom, Emperor Chenyuan said proudly. After all, he knew that the reason he could speak to the Heaven's End cliff in this manner was all because of Yi Hao. If it were not for Yi Hao, perhaps the Chenyuan kingdom would have been destroyed by now. He might have become a prisoner of the Heaven's End cliff and suffered endless humiliation. But because of Yi Hao, everything was reversed. He could speak to the Heaven's End cliff confidently. He could even use humiliating words to humiliate the Heaven's End cliff. All of this was because of Yi Hao. Therefore, he could not help but secretly rejoice that he had taken in Yi Hao as his son-in-law, gave the Chenyuan kingdom to Yi Hao, and tied Yi Hao to his ship. How right was that? Because such an enemy was really terrifying. He did not dare to imagine what would happen to the Chenyuan kingdom if he and Yi Hao became enemies. After all, the Heaven's End cliff was so powerful, with 8 demon lords and tens of millions of soldiers. But even the Heaven's End cliff was defeated like this. If the Chenyuan kingdom became enemies with Yi Hao, how good would the outcome be? What did you say? Give the Chenyuan kingdom to him. Hearing Emperor Chenyuan's words, the Heaven's End cliff's expression changed and his tone was full of shock. He could not understand how generous Emperor Chenyuan was. He was actually willing to give such a huge kingdom to Yi Hao. If this happened to him, he would definitely not be able to do it. Because he said that it was impossible for him to bear to do so. You are really crazy. Heaven's End cliff shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe that Emperor Chenyuan would give the Chenyuan kingdom to Yi Hao. Chapter 942. In Duantian Y's opinion, apart from the fact that Yi Hao was Emperor Chenyuan's illegitimate son, he really couldn't think of any other reason why Emperor Chenyuan would be so generous. However, if Yi Hao was Emperor Chenyuan's illegitimate son, then Emperor Chenyuan's scheming mind was simply too terrifying. Everyone must have thought that Emperor Chenyuan only had one son and that he had died prematurely. The remaining 3 daughters were destined to destroy the Chenyuan kingdom sooner or later. However, if Yi Hao was Emperor Chenyuan's illegitimate son, then it could only mean that Emperor Chenyuan had simply hidden it too well. Ha ha. Emperor Duan, you are overthinking things. Emperor Tianyuan immediately shook his head in response to Duan Tianyuan's guess. Could you really bear to give the Tianyuan kingdom to an outsider? Duan Tianyuan asked in disbelief. You don't have to worry about that. You should think about your Duan kingdom. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Duan Tianyuan over this issue. Duan Tianyuan was momentarily speechless when he heard Emperor Tianyuan's words. That's right. His Duan kingdom was about to be destroyed. What right did he have to care about the Tianyuan kingdom? Regardless of what happened to the Tianyuan kingdom, the Tianyuan kingdom was the victor in this war between the two kingdoms. My lord, do you really not need me to send people after them? Huang Zhong couldn't help but ask after some time had passed. After all, there were 40 to 50 legion commanders who had just left. Furthermore, all of them had the cultivation of a demon supremacy. If they really let these people go, then they would definitely become a disaster in the future. There's no need. It should be about time, Yi Hao said with a wave of his hand. About time? Huang Zhong looked puzzled when he heard Yi Hao's words. Sun Shangxiang also looked at Yi Hao in confusion. What? You let them go? Emperor Tianyuan naturally knew that Sun Shangxiang had brought all the army commanders of the Broken Kingdom here. At this moment, when he saw that the number of commanders had decreased significantly, he asked Yi Hao worriedly. Just as Yi Hao was about to answer Emperor Tianyuan, a guard suddenly shouted, "Stop right there. The three of us would like to see my lord. Please inform him." Guan Yu said. "Let them come over." Before the guard could say anything, Yi Hao spoke. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Ran Minute walked over and bowed to Yi Hao. "Greetings, my lord. How is it?" Yi Hao looked at the three of them and asked. "We have completed the task given by my lord. Please take a look, my lord." Guan Yu waved his hand and 40 to 50 corpses appeared on the ground. Seeing these 40 to 50 corpses, the remaining army commanders of the Broken Kingdom all took a few steps back in fear, their faces filled with shock and fear. These 40 to 50 corpses were none other than the army commanders who had just left. At this moment, all of them had appeared here. Looking at these 40 to 50 corpses, they were basically all killed in one blow. Everyone couldn't help but look at Guan Yu and the other two in fear. What are their cultivations? Heavens, look at the neat wounds on their bodies. They were completely dead without any strength to fight back. To be able to kill so many people in such a short period of time, could these three also be demon emperors? These three are also your subordinates. Even Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but look at Guan Yu and the other two in shock. Then, he asked Yi Hao. As the emperor, he naturally knew that to become an army commander, one must have the strength of a demon emperor. And to be able to kill so many demon emperors in such a short period of time, one must at least have the cultivation of a demon emperor. He originally thought that Yi Hao only had 2 demon emperors under him, Huang Zhong and Sun Shangxiang. But at this moment, 3 demon emperors suddenly appeared. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Emperor Tianyuan's shocked expression, Yi Hao also nodded. As for Guan Yu and the other two, he had already summoned them to the ancient demon domain when he arrived at Nether Jade City. The moment they arrived at the ancient demon domain, Yi Hao gave the 3 of them an order. That was to guard outside Nether Jade City. As long as they saw the army commanders of the Broken Kingdom leave, they would kill them without any hesitation. The combined strength of these 40 to 50 demon sovereigns was indeed terrifying. Even if 3 demon emperors were to attack, it would be impossible for them to easily kill these people. But the cultivation of Guan Yu and the other 2 weren't demon emperors. They were Atman body realm cultivators. As a spiritualist, it would be easy for him to kill these martial artists. When Sun Shangxiang and Huang Zhong saw Guan Yu and the other 2 appear, they looked at Guan Yu and the other 2 with a solemn expression. They had thought that the 2 of them were Yi Hao's strongest subordinates. But now, looking at Guan Yu and the other 2, they felt that Guan Yu and the other 2's cultivation wasn't any weaker than theirs. I want to know what their cultivation is. Are they also 10th order demon emperors? Emperor Tianyuan made a bold guess. Hearing Emperor Tianyuan's words, everyone's gaze fell on Yi Hao. They were extremely curious about Guan Yu and the other 2's cultivation. Make a guess. Do you think their cultivation has reached the 10th order demon emperor realm? I think it's possible to kill 40 to 50 demon emperors in a short period of time. Even if they aren't demon emperors, they are close. Many people present couldn't help but talk about Guan Yu and the other two's strength. At the same time, there were many people who looked at Yi Hao in shock. After all, anyone could see that Guan Yu and the other two were Yi Hao's subordinates. But Yi Hao was so young, and yet he had so many demon emperors under his command. How could they not be shocked? Their cultivation is first order Atman body realm. In order to shock everyone, Yi Hao answered truthfully. In order to control the Broken Kingdom's army, he couldn't kill all the captains. He had to kill a portion of them and leave the rest alive to make an example out of them. Obviously, they were already frightened. Therefore, he had to use his absolute strength to scare them. That way, they wouldn't dare to mess around in the future and listen to his orders. What? First order Atman body realm? Doesn't that mean that the three of them are spiritualists? Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone jumped in shock. Because everyone knew how difficult it was to enter the Atman body realm. How difficult was it to become a spiritualist? It could be said that the Demon Emperor realm was a realm that everyone feared, but they also yearned to reach. But for most people, the Atman body realm was an existence that they could only dream of. One had to know that even in the Chenyuan Kingdom and Broken Kingdom, there had never been an Atman body realm expert. But now, not only did an Atman body realm expert appear, but 3 Atman body realm experts appeared at the same time. How could they not be shocked? Chapter 943. Broken Emperor, are you convinced? Yi Hao ignored everyone's shock and looked at Duantian Ya. I am convinced. Duantian Ya looked at Guan Yu and the other two who were kneeling on the ground. Not to mention others, just these 3 people were enough to destroy the Broken Kingdom. Just the 3 of them were not people that Broken Kingdom could deal with. Kill me. Duantian Ya closed his eyes and looked as if he had nothing left to live for. After all, his family was dead and his kingdom was destroyed. When he saw that Yi Hao had 3 more Atman body realm experts under him, he felt even more hopeless. Guan Yu's corpse is intact. Yi Hao said indifferently. Yes, Your Majesty. Guan Yu suddenly stood up and the green dragon crescent blade appeared in his hand. Duantian Ya's entire body fell backward. There was no trace of blood, but if one looked closely, one could see that there was a small wound on Duantian Ya's neck. His tilde so strong. When everyone saw Guan Yu's attack, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because many of them did not see how Guan Yu attacked. They only saw a trace of Duantian Ya's attack. He is really a spiritualist. This spiritualist is too strong. At this moment, everyone was sure that what Yi Hao said was true. Guan Yu and the other two were really spiritualist. Do you all submit or choose to die? After seeing Duantian Ya's death, Yi Hao looked at the remaining legion commanders. Hearing Yi Hao's words and seeing Yi Hao's sharp gaze, the legion commanders did not dare to look directly at him. But no one dared to speak first. After all, they had the foresight to see that the legion commander who was killed by Yi Hao was still lying on the ground. Who knew if their choice would be in line with Yi Hao's intentions? If they didn't, wouldn't their lives be in danger? The Lord is asking you all a question. Looking at the legion commanders who were hesitating, Huang Zhong shouted. How can we submit? Can we keep our lives? One of the captains couldn't take it anymore and directly knelt on the ground. One must know that this was a commander of 100,000 soldiers. For him to be forced into such a state at this moment, how much pressure must he be under? That will depend on your expressions in the future. If I'm satisfied, I'll promote you to nobility. If I'm not, I'll execute your entire family. Yi Hao said coldly. Yi Hao wanted these generals who had surrendered from other countries to fear him. Only by making them fear him would they be obedient. Even if he had second thoughts in the future, he would have to consider it carefully, because these people couldn't be killed in front of him. After all, the Broken Kingdom's army of millions still needed to be controlled. It would be much easier to take control of the Broken Kingdom's army after taking control of these captains. Of course, if these people had any ulterior motives, Yi Hao would not hold back. "We are willing to submit to you. We will be loyal to you, my lord." When they heard what Yi Hao said, all the commanders immediately knelt on the ground. "Where is Guan Yu?" Yi Hao suddenly asked. "This general is here." When he heard Yi Hao's words, Guan Yu immediately knelt on the ground. "I order you to choose 10 captains to control the Broken Kingdom's 2 million soldiers. Do you have any objections?" Yi Hao looked at Guan Yu and asked. "I have no objections." Guan Yu's face was filled with excitement as he quickly said. As a general, fighting on the battlefield was something that he wanted to do in his bones. He didn't expect that he would be dealt such a heavy blow by Yi Hao as soon as he came to the ancient demon realm from the Myriad Kingdom continent. He actually controlled 2 million soldiers as soon as he arrived. He originally thought that he would have to start all over again after coming to the ancient demon realm. He didn't expect that there would be a pleasant surprise. Zhao Yun and Ran Minute were looking at Guan Yu with envy. Sun Shangxiang and Huang Zhong were the same. "Start choosing," Yi Hao said to Guan Yu. When he heard Yi Hao's order, Guan Yu immediately stood up and looked at the 40 to 50 captains. The 40 to 50 captains revealed a look of nervousness and anticipation. After all, in the ancient demon realm, the strong were respected. Who wouldn't be looking forward to becoming the subordinate of a spiritual practitioner at this moment? After all, if they were to become Guan Yu's subordinate, they would already have a cultivation base. With a little guidance, their cultivation base might improve greatly. Moreover, if they could follow Guan Yu, it would be much easier for them to fight on the battlefield in the future. On the battlefield, the easier it was, the more glory they would obtain. This was naturally what everyone was looking forward to. Moreover, they had seen Guan Yu's strength just now. In their opinion, it would be their honor to be able to become Guan Yu's subordinate. "Let me tell you first, it's not so easy to be under my command. If you do anything that deceives your superiors and disregards the law, I will not be polite." One had to know that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, Guan Yu had suffered a lot because of his arrogant personality. Therefore, the current Guan Yu was much more mature and steady than before. At this moment, Guan Yu was explaining the rules to the other captains. The 40 to 50 captains were all focused on Guan Yu with a serious expression. "The 10 of you, are you willing to follow me and fight for the Lord to expand our territory?" Guan Yu suddenly pointed at the 10 captains and shouted. "We are willing to follow the general and fight for the Lord to expand our territory." When the 10 captains saw that Guan Yu had chosen them, they were all excited. Especially when they heard Guan Yu's words, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil as they shouted in unison. "My lord, I am done with my selection." Guan Yu hurriedly reported to Yi Hao respectfully after he had made his selection. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded and looked at Guan Yu with satisfaction. He also realized that Guan Yu was much more steady than when he first came out of the Myriad Kingdom continent. This was naturally something that he was very willing to see. After all, if a person was too arrogant, he would definitely be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. "Where is Zhao Yun?" Yi Hao looked at Zhao Yun and shouted. "I'm here." Zhao Yun quickly kneeled and saluted. "You also choose 10 captains to command 2 million soldiers. Do you have any objections?" "I don't have any objections." When he heard Yi Hao's question, Zhao Yun quickly said, "Where is Ran Minute?" "I'm here." "You too, do you have any objections?" "I'll follow the Lord's orders." "Good, the 2 of you go and choose." Yi Hao nodded and ordered the 2 captains. Looking at Zhao Yun and Ran Minute, the remaining 40 captains became even more nervous. After all, Zhao Yun and Ran Minute only chose 20 captains. There were a total of 3 captains. Now that Guan Yu had finished choosing, if Zhao Yun and Ran Minute also finished choosing, they would be left with 20 captains. Chapter 944. Soon, Zhao Yun and Ran Minute chose 10 people each. The 20 people all had excited smiles on their faces. As for the remaining 20 people, they were worried about their own lives and future. After all, the 30 people who were chosen by Guan Yu and the other 2 were at least safe. Moreover, if they could follow an Artman body realm expert, their future would be limitless. But whether they stayed or left was a problem. The remaining 20 people looked at Yi Hao nervously. After all, their fates were in Yi Hao's hands. Yi Hao thought for a while and said, "Where is Huang Zhong?" "This general is here." Huang Zhong quickly knelt and bowed respectfully. "I order you to choose 10 people to lead the 2 million troops. Do you have any objections?" Yi Hao looked at Huang Zhong and said, "I have no objections." Huang Zhong suppressed the excitement in his heart. In fact, Huang Zhong was also a little surprised. He thought that Yi Hao wouldn't let him lead the army. After all, Yi Hao chose Guan Yu and the other 2 first. Moreover, Guan Yu and the other 2's cultivation was higher than his. Therefore, when he heard that Yi Hao wanted him to lead the 2 million troops, he was naturally excited. Just as Huang Zhong was about to stand up and challenge the 10 captains, Yi Hao suddenly stopped Huang Zhong. "Wait, my lord, do you have any other orders?" Hearing Yi Hao's stop, Huang Zhong looked at Yi Hao in confusion. "If you want to lead the 2 million troops, your current cultivation is still a little low." Yi Hao looked at Huang Zhong's cultivation and said. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Huang Zhong was stunned. He couldn't help but think nervously, "Is my lord going back on his words?" Huang Zhong quickly said, "My lord, this general will work hard to cultivate and reach the Atman body realm as soon as possible." Who didn't want to lead the 3 armies? Huang Zhong naturally didn't want to. This opportunity that had already been in his hands disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Huang Zhong could only hurriedly guarantee that Yi Hao would not change his mind. "That's not what I mean." Seeing that Huang Zhong had misunderstood, Yi Hao took out a pill and said, "On account of your hard work in completing the missions these days, I'll give you this pill as a reward." Everyone looked at the pill in Yi Hao's hand. They were all curious about what kind of pill it was. Only Sun Shangxiang felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at the pill. Sun Shangxiang immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the pill that Yi Hao had given her in the Duan Kingdom's main hall? She was all too familiar with the might of this medicinal pill. Originally, he was also a 10th order demon emperor, but with the help of Yi Hao's medicinal pellet, he had directly jumped to the 1st order Atman body realm. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as Huang Zhong took this pill, his cultivation would definitely rise to the 1st order Atman body realm. Huang Zhong was also curious as he looked at the pill that Yi Hao handed over. Although he didn't know what kind of pill it was, Huang Zhong still took it. "You can consume it right here." Seeing Huang Zhong holding the pill in his hands, Yi Hao said, "You can consume it right here." "As you wish." Huang Zhong received Yi Hao's order and swallowed the pill without hesitation. As soon as Huang Zhong swallowed the pill, his face changed and revealed a look of excitement. Because Huang Zhong also felt that the power in his body was changing. Everyone looked at Huang Zhong in confusion. They didn't understand what kind of pill Huang Zhong had eaten. A dignified 10th order demon emperor realm master actually revealed an excited expression just because he had swallowed a pill. Of course, everyone was curious as to what kind of pill Huang Zhong had eaten. Why is the energy in the air changing? Isn't that spiritual energy? How is this possible? Why is there suddenly so much spiritual energy? The Legion commanders looked at the changes in front of them curiously. They saw that the martial power was pushed to the side, and the spiritual energy was constantly rushing towards Huang Zhong's body. He's about to break through. Guan Yu looked at Huang Zhong in shock. He had broken through to the 1st order Atman body realm and became a martial artist. Naturally, he could see that Huang Zhong was breaking through to the 1st order Atman body realm. However, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Hao's methods were really endless. Previously, in the Myriad Kingdom continent, he was able to raise their cultivation to the Atman body realm, which had completely shocked them. And now, Yi Hao had taken out a pill to help Huang Zhong break through. But then, they remembered that when Yi Hao helped them break through to the Atman body realm, he didn't take any pills. Therefore, when they saw Huang Zhong taking a pill to break through, they felt relieved. Boom! Suddenly, the aura around Huang Zhong's body surged and became stronger. Ha ha ha, I actually broke through to the 1st order Atman body realm. Huang Zhong felt the new energy in his body. He could not help but feel excited at the boundless might that he was currently giving off. What? He broke through just like that. Is it because of that pill just now? What kind of pill is that? It's too terrifying. Who knew that becoming a spiritualist was something that could only be chanced upon, but now, it's so easy to break through. What kind of pill is that? Seeing that Huang Zhong had broken through, except for Guan Yu's group and Sun Shangxiang, the rest of the people were in an uproar. Because using a single medicinal pellet to help a 10th order demon emperor break through to the 1st order Atman body realm was too terrifying. This was completely shocking to their hearts. Then, everyone looked at Yi Hao with burning passion in their eyes. Because if Yi Hao could give them a few pills, wouldn't they be able to increase their strength quickly? Even if they couldn't break through to the Atman body realm, as long as they could break through to the demon emperor realm, they would be satisfied. This general thanks the Lord. Huang Zhong calmed down the excitement in his heart and quickly thanked Yi Hao. No need to thank me, what I want is merit point. Yi Hao looked at Huang Zhong and said indifferently. Huang Zhong nodded repeatedly. This subordinate understands. What kind of pill is that? Could it be a divine pill? Seeing that Huang Zhong's cultivation had broken through to the 1st order Atman body realm from the 10th order demon emperor realm because of a single pill, everyone was shocked. Even Emperor Tianyuan was shocked at this moment. Kill. Save the first princess and second princess. At this time, the Heaven Origin Imperial City was already in a mess. All the ministers saw that Zhao Ling'er had been ignoring them, and their patience was gradually wearing out. Many of them were driven to desperation and actually started a mutiny. Logically speaking, these ministers didn't have any troops in their hands. On the other hand, Zhao Ling'er had 50,000 Imperial City soldiers in his hands. But these ministers actually sent out their own troops, and the total number was more than 200,000. Even Zhao Ling'er couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this number. Chapter 945. Of course, the number of soldiers under each minister's command was different according to their official position. But who would have thought that there would be so many soldiers under normal circumstances? At a time like this, the number of prefecture soldiers was actually so great. Although the soldiers had not undergone formal training and were not as good as the regular army. But there were so many of them. Under the leadership of these ministers, the Tianyuan royal city was in danger. The 50,000 soldiers could only bitterly resist the attack of the soldiers. Preposterous. Are these officials thinking of rebelling? Zhao Ling'er was furious at the moment. She thought that the ministers were forcing her to release the eldest and second princesses. She only needed to hide from them before Yi Hao returned. But she never expected that these ministers would be so desperate and lead the soldiers to attack the royal city. Family heads, do you all have any suggestions? At that moment, Zhao Ling'er could only look to the family heads. Because there was no one by her side that she could use. The family heads had already arrived at the royal palace after receiving Zhao Ling'er's request for help. Of course, Zhao Ling'er was only worried that the ministers would act rashly. But she never thought that these ministers would really rebel. When the family heads heard the battle cries coming from outside, they all looked serious. Your Highness, in my opinion, we should retreat from the royal palace first. Family head Wang said after thinking for a moment. The royal palace is an important place. How can we give it to those traitors? Zhao Ling'er frowned when she heard family head Wang's words. Your Highness, it's impossible for us to resist the soldiers with our 50,000 soldiers. Even if we fight with our lives, we will lose in the end. It's not worth it. What we should do now is to maintain our strength and wait for the Lord to return. Those people are destined to be grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for more than a few days, family head Wang continued. But Zhao Ling'er still did not want to retreat so easily. Your Highness, there are no buts. Your safety is the most important thing now. If anything happens to you, we will be in trouble. Your Highness, don't hesitate. Your Highness, if we don't retreat now, it will be too late. As long as the Lord is here, even if the imperial palace is temporarily given to that group of people, so what? Sooner or later, we will be able to take it back. Right now, the Lord is fighting on the battlefield. If something happens to you, Your Highness, It will definitely disturb the Lord and His Majesty. The patriarchs tried to persuade him. Zhao Linge looked at the family heads and thought for a long time with his brows furrowed. He could hear the battle cries outside getting closer and closer. Zhao Linge had no choice but to agree. All right, we'll listen to the patriarchs. But where should we retreat to? Your Highness, don't worry. We have already made preparations before we came. As long as we retreat to the Tianyuan Academy, those traitors will not dare to act recklessly, said the Wang family head. Good. We'll retreat now. Hearing the Wang family head's words, Zhao Linge immediately stood up. Everyone, protect Her Highness and leave safely. Seeing Zhao Linge stand up, the head of the Wang family heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said. In fact, the Wang family head was also worried that Zhao Linge would not leave the palace. It would be a pointless struggle and it would be extremely troublesome. However, if Zhao Linge left, it would not be a problem to rely on the strength of the few of them and the 50,000 soldiers. Kill them. Save the first princess, and you will all be heroes. The left prime minister, who was on the eldest princess's side, ordered his men. Left prime minister, the right prime minister is probably going to break through the west gate and save the second princess. An official in an official's uniform said to the left prime minister. The left prime minister frowned. Hurry up. We must save the eldest princess first. At this moment, a guard ran over and shouted, My lord, the third princess has broken through the south gate. Prime Minister, should we send people to stop them? The official beside the left prime minister quickly asked. Is there any movement from the right prime minister's side? The left prime minister asked. Not at the moment. Send out 50,000 soldiers to pursue the third princess. It would be best if they could kill her. Send someone to inform the left prime minister that the third princess is our common enemy. He should know what to do. The left prime minister ordered. Follow me. An official beside the left prime minister waved his hand and led the 50,000 soldiers away. My lord, the left prime minister has sent someone to report that the third princess has escaped through the south gate, an official said to the right prime minister. The right prime minister was a fat middle-aged man with a pair of triangular eyes. The right prime minister looked at the city gate that was about to be broken. How many people did the left prime minister send to pursue the third princess? I think it's 50,000. The official quickly replied. Since he sent 50,000 people, we can't be weak. Lead 50,000 people to pursue the third princess. The right prime minister looked at an official beside him. Yes, my lord. The official quickly agreed and waved his hand. Follow me. After leaving the palace, the Wang family head heaved a sigh of relief and said to Zhao Linge, Your Highness, we can leave the palace now. Zhao Linge looked at the palace with a frown. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran over and yelled, Not good, Your Highness, 50,000 soldiers are chasing after us at the west and east gate. Let's go, Your Highness, the Wang family head hurriedly said when he heard the guard. Okay. Zhao Linge nodded. Take the princess and leave first. I'll lead the soldiers and hold them off for a while, the Wang family head said to the other family heads. Old Wang, you have to be careful, the other family heads reminded the Wang family head. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of small fries. Although we can't defeat them, it's not a problem to hold them off. This is the Demon Emperor Breakthrough Pill. It can increase the cultivation of the Demon Emperor, Yi Hao said to Emperor Tianyuan. Of course, he didn't say that it was an upgrade pill. Instead, he made up a name. Demon Emperor Breakthrough Pill? This pill is very powerful. Emperor Tianyuan nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words. Although he had never heard of this pill before, there were countless pills in the ancient demon domain. How could he know all of them? What do you think of this pill? Yi Hao suddenly asked the Legion commanders. It's like a divine pill. The Legion commanders swallowed their saliva and one of them suddenly said. Although the others didn't say anything, they all nodded at the same time. Chapter 946. What do you mean? Could it be that we also have a chance to get the divine pill? Did I hear wrongly? In other words, if we break through to the Demon Emperor realm, we have a chance to become a spiritualist. That's not right. The Lord actually has the pill to break through to the spiritualist realm. How is it possible that he doesn't have the pill to break through to the demon emperor realm? When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they looked at Yi Hao, who was talking to Emperor Tianyuan, and discussed excitedly. All right. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Emperor Tianyuan nodded. He was still worried about Sky Origin Royal City when he left for the war. Although he already knew that Yi Hao had crippled the eldest and second princesses and put them under house arrest. Of course, he also knew that Yi Hao did this because the second princess sent someone to assassinate Zhao Ling-er and the eldest princess rebelled. He was still grateful to Yi Hao because Yi Hao didn't harm the two princesses' lives. But he was worried about those ministers. With his understanding of those ministers, they would never be so obedient. Those ministers would never sit back and watch the eldest and second princesses be imprisoned. Moreover, he was now out on a campaign, which would be the best opportunity for those ministers to rebel. So he had been worried in his heart. And his body was getting worse day by day. Even if he died, he didn't want to die outside. He wanted to die in Sky Origin Imperial City. He knew that he didn't have much time left. So when he heard that Yi Hao wanted to return to the capital, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Ran Minute, listen up. Yi Hao looked at Guan Yu and the others. We listen up. Guan Yu and the others immediately knelt on the ground. I order the four of you to take control of all the cities in the Broken Kingdom from 4 directions as fast as possible. Yi Hao ordered Guan Yu and the others. Yes, Your Majesty. Guan Yu and the other 3 immediately agreed. The current Broken Kingdom was like an ownerless object. Yi Hao believed that with the strength of Guan Yu and the others, it would be easy to control the Broken Kingdom. Moreover, an army of 8 million was more than enough to control Broken Kingdom. Yi Hao thought for a moment and continued to recruit. There is no upper limit. There's no upper limit for recruitment. What is my lord doing? Can you afford to raise so many soldiers? Hearing Yi Hao's words, all the commanders were shocked and looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. Guan Yu and the other 3 did not say anything because they knew Yi Hao very well. Yi Hao's goal was definitely to expand his territory and conquer the entire ancient demon realm. Naturally, he wouldn't complain about having too many soldiers. As for whether he could afford it, they believed that Yi Hao had the ability to do so. Yes, sir. Guan Yu and the others were all very excited at this moment. The reason for that was because it was time for the 4 of them to compete again. After all, each of them had 2 million soldiers under their command. In the future, who would be stronger and who would be weaker would depend on their own capabilities. My lord, what about us? The remaining 10 legion commanders were afraid that Yi Hao would forget about them, so they spoke up in a trembling voice. Shang Xiang. Looking at the remaining 10 commanders, Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang. This general is here. Sun Shangxiang hurriedly looked at Yi Hao excitedly. After all, Guan Yu and the others each had 2 million soldiers under their command. How could she not be envious? You will lead Broken Kingdom first. The rest of the army will follow me back to the capital. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The number of soldiers under his command had suddenly increased and the number of generals under his command was not enough. Now that he had only unified Broken Kingdom, the generals under his command had already been distributed. When the time came, Tianyuan Kingdom would belong to him and the generals under his command would be even more insufficient. Moreover, he didn't intend to let Sun Shangxiang lead the soldiers and lead the 3 armies on the battlefield. After all, if he ascended the throne, he would have to improve the Imperial City Army. He wanted to let Sun Shangxiang lead the Imperial City Army. However, he couldn't abandon the remaining army of Broken Kingdom. Therefore, he could only temporarily hand it over to Sun Shangxiang to lead. Furthermore, the chiefs of the 3 divisions were all dead at this moment. The remaining 6 million soldiers also needed someone to manage them. Huang Zhong, give me all the information you've gathered. Yi Hao looked at Huang Zhong and said. When he had left for Broken Kingdom's Imperial City, he had given Huang Zhong an order to investigate all the generals of the 3 divisions. Yes, my lord. This is all the information. Huang Zhong immediately took out a space ring. This is the information of all the generals, from the centurions to the deputy marshals. After all, the information of so many generals was naturally piled up like a small mountain. Huang Zhong had no choice but to put all the information into the space ring. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded satisfactorily and accepted it. Guan Yu and the other three then led their subordinates and left. Yi Hao and Emperor Tianyuan led close to 8 million soldiers back to Sky Origin Imperial City. When they had first arrived, there had only been 1 million soldiers. The 3 divisions' armies hadn't moved at all. When the 3 divisions' armies had arrived, the total number of soldiers had only been slightly more than 7 million. Now that the war was over, the number of soldiers had directly increased to 8 million. Who would have thought that after a war, the number of soldiers hadn't decreased, but had actually started to increase? If the 8 million soldiers returned to Sky Origin Imperial City together, the momentum would naturally be huge. The reason Yi Hao had allowed all these soldiers to return to Sky Origin Imperial City was because he wanted to reshuffle the cards of the 8 million soldiers. Along the way, Yi Hao hadn't been idle. Instead, he had been constantly flipping through the information Huang Zhong had gathered. Given Yi Hao's current cultivation base, the speed at which he read this information was naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary person. With that speed, he basically only needed to glance at a piece of information, and all the information would appear in his mind. Yi Hao had been constantly categorizing the information. He wanted to pick out those who were the black sheep of the herd and those who could be nurtured and use. Although his reading speed was faster and his work efficiency was higher, the sheer amount of information was still quite a burden to him. But in order to control the 8 million soldiers, he couldn't slack off. After all, this was his army. If he slacked off, it would be over. Emperor Tianyuan had seen all of Yi Hao's hard work and couldn't help but nod approvingly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. In his opinion, Yi Hao would only be able to sincerely manage a country in the future and become a good ruler if he was so serious in handling matters. After a few days, Yi Hao finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally settled. Chapter 947. So many. Sun Shangxiang looked at the list in her hand. There were close to 1,000 people and she couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that these weren't ordinary soldiers. The lowest rank was a centurion. Yet, Yi Hao actually wanted to kill so many people. How could she not be shocked? These people are lawless, corrupt, and made their soldiers burn and pillage. They deserve to die, Yi Hao said. As a monarch, he naturally couldn't be merciful. Those who deserved to be killed, he absolutely couldn't be merciful. Moreover, killing these people was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys, warning the 3 armies. If these people were left alone, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause in the future. Of course, after killing so many generals, these people's vacancies naturally had to be filled by others. Therefore, Yi Hao also chose many suitable people to fill these vacancies. At this moment, everywhere the Tianyuan army passed, there were tens of thousands of people surrendering. Their faces were filled with excitement. This was because when the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom knew that the Tianyuan kingdom was going to war with the Duan kingdom, they were all worried. Obviously, they had no confidence in the Tianyuan kingdom. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations. The Tianyuan kingdom actually won a complete victory. Moreover, they returned to the capital so early. This also meant that they didn't have to accept the baptism of war. To them, this was undoubtedly the happiest thing. Say, our Tianyuan kingdom's strength is weaker than the Duan kingdom. How did we win? You don't know. I heard that it was the work of our Tianyuan kingdom's 3rd prince consort. That's right. I heard that the 3rd prince consort's subordinates killed the 8 demon emperors of the Duan kingdom. They even captured and killed the emperor of the Duan kingdom. What? Killing 8 demon emperors? This is too terrifying. Doesn't this mean that our Tianyuan kingdom has a chance to rise in the future? I heard that the 3rd prince consort has already absorbed the entire army of the Duan kingdom and is now recovering the territory of the Duan kingdom. What? The 3rd prince consort actually absorbed the entire army of the Duan kingdom? Isn't that so? The 3rd prince consort is the savior of the Tianyuan kingdom. At this moment, All the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom were discussing Yi Hao. Many people even worshipped Yi Hao as a god and the savior of Tianyuan kingdom. After all, the Tianyuan kingdom had always been bullied by the Duan kingdom. The ones who suffered the most were naturally the commoners. As for the commoners, they were unable to raise their heads and were even extremely worried. After all, they had to constantly worry about when the broken kingdom would attack the Tianyuan kingdom. If the Duan kingdom attacked the Tianyuan kingdom, wouldn't they be reduced to slaves? After all, after many countries were destroyed, their citizens would receive inhuman treatment. They would be reduced to slaves, becoming lower-class people. And now, not only had Yi Hao helped the Tianyuan kingdom obtain victory, he had even destroyed the Duan kingdom, relieving their worries. Naturally, many people began to praise Yi Hao. Yi Hao had not expected that he would be able to establish his prestige in the Tianyuan kingdom so quickly. It could be said that the third prince consort's prestige was even greater than Emperor Tianyuan's. Many people even privately discussed that Emperor Tianyuan did not have a son. If the third prince consort could ascend the throne, how great would that be? Reporting to the Lord, there is news from the imperial city. Just as Yi Hao was still dealing with how to deal with the army, Sun Shangxiang suddenly spoke with an unpleasant expression. News from the imperial city? Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, Yi Hao frowned and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with the imperial city?" Yi Hao could imagine that there had been no news from the imperial city. Now that there was news, something big must have happened. "My lord, please take a look." Seeing that Yi Hao's expression wasn't good, Sun Shangxiang handed a letter to him. Yi Hao took the letter and quickly opened it. Outrageous. These people should be killed. Yi Hao read the contents of the letter and was instantly enraged. He had not expected that these officials would be so ignorant. Back then, he had considered Emperor Tianyuan's face and did not do anything to these officials. But he had not expected that these officials would take advantage of the fact that he and Emperor Tianyuan were away on an expedition to openly rebel. The contents of the letter said that Emperor Tianyuan had died in battle. In order to ascend the throne, the two princesses each had a posthumous edict in their hands, saying that they were the ones who had inherited the throne by the heavens. The two princesses even wanted to divide the world into two and change the Tianyuan kingdom into Nanyuan and Buyuan. Many people who did not understand the truth were indeed deceived by the eldest and second princesses. Many city governors were also expressing their loyalty to the two princesses. In just a few days, the cities under the two princesses' command had already reached a few hundred cities. The people of the three divisions were also very restless and had colluded with the two princesses. The eldest and second princesses were expanding the cities under their command while promising a large sum of money to recruit soldiers and horses. The family heads of those cities seemed to have grasped the opportunity and had their people join the army. All the officials who had pledged their allegiance to the two princesses even contributed their own soldiers. This also caused the number of soldiers under the eldest princess to reach more than 3 million in a short period of time. The number of soldiers under the second princess's command had also reached more than 2 million. It could be said that apart from the front line near the Broken Kingdom, more than half of the remaining Tianyuan kingdom had already been divided between the eldest and second princesses. In order to hunt down Zhao Ling-er, the two princesses had even sent a large number of troops to hunt down Zhao Ling-er. Zhao Ling-er first fled to the Tianyuan Academy. More than half of the 50,000 imperial city soldiers under his command had been killed or injured. Who knew that the eldest and second princesses did not intend to let Zhao Ling-er go. The two princesses joined forces and continued to send troops to encircle the Tianyuan Academy. In the end, Zhao Ling-er had no choice but to abandon the Tianyuan Academy. Under the protection of all the Academy's disciples, he retreated to the Rain Domain. Fortunately, the Rain Domain had 1 million soldiers guarding it, so the eldest and second princesses did not dare to act rashly. As long as Zhao Ling-er was fine, Yi Hao could not help but sigh in relief. However, the eldest and second princesses had actually started a second rebellion at this time, which naturally made him furious. "My lord, should we tell Emperor Tianyuan about this matter?" Obviously, Sun Shangxiang also knew what had happened and could not help but ask Yi Hao. Yi Hao frowned as he thought about the Emperor Qinyuan's current physical condition, which was deteriorating day by day. He was worried that something might happen to the Emperor Qinyuan and could not help but say, "Don't tell him yet." "Then my lord, what should we do now?" "Let me lead the army and quell the rebellion," Sun Shangxiang said. "Let's first arrange a palace for the Emperor Qinyuan before we make any other plans." With the Emperor Qinyuan's current physical condition, it was impossible for him to follow him into battle. Therefore, the best way was to find a place for the Emperor Qinyuan to recuperate. Chapter 948. Your Majesty Qinyuan. Sun Shangxiang hurriedly bowed when he saw who it was. Yi Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw Emperor Qinyuan. He didn't expect Emperor Qinyuan to come here. "You know everything?" Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qinyuan and asked. Emperor Qinyuan nodded and said with an ugly expression, "Those two vile creatures caused such a big commotion. How could I not know? Then what do you want to do?" This was Emperor Qinyuan's family matter. Yi Hao wanted to seek Emperor Qinyuan's opinion. Cough cough. "Help me keep those two vile creatures alive. Cough cough. I don't care about the rest." Emperor Qinyuan's face was ashen. Obviously, these ministers took advantage of his absence to sow discord between the eldest and second princesses, completely infuriating him. So he naturally wouldn't show mercy to these rebellious ministers. Yi Hao could feel it. Although Emperor Qinyuan was angry, he obviously didn't want to harm the eldest and second princesses. Yi Hao could see a trace of pleading in Emperor Qinyuan's eyes. It was obvious that Emperor Qinyuan still cared about the affection between father and daughter. "After you successfully quell the rebellion, you can inherit the throne." Emperor Qinyuan thought for a moment and said. In his opinion, the sooner Qinyuan Kingdom was handed over to Yi Hao, the better it would be for Qinyuan Kingdom. The reason why the two princesses and many ministers dared to rebel so blatantly was because of his incompetence. It was all because of his incompetence as the emperor that the two princesses and the ministers did not put him in their eyes. And the incompetence of an emperor was bound to affect the entire country. Previously, Qinyuan Kingdom had been humiliated by Duan Kingdom time and time again. It had something to do with him, the emperor. Later on, Duan Tianya didn't take Qinyuan Kingdom seriously at all. They saw Qinyuan Kingdom as a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. But he was also helpless. When his cultivation wasn't destroyed, Qinyuan Kingdom wouldn't have fallen to its current state. But after his cultivation was destroyed, he became a cripple for a long time and naturally neglected the court for a long time. Just as he was about to wake up, his only son died inexplicably. It was a double blow. It made him a cripple for a long time. Since then, he had no interest in the court. So he allowed the eldest and second princesses to interfere with the court. But later, Qinyuan Kingdom became desolate and its land was divided by Duan Kingdom several times. And he was humiliated. That was the emperor. But he found out that the two princesses were actually related to Duan Kingdom. At that time, his heart sank. He knew that if he really handed the Qinyuan Kingdom to the first and second princesses, the Qinyuan Kingdom would definitely be destroyed. But when Qinyuan was Qinyuan Kingdom was Qinyuan Kingdom. That was Qenya's power was Qinyuan is was Qinyuan Kingdom? Was Qenya when he saw Yi Hao destroy Duan Kingdom so easily, he was even more certain of his choice. So he planned to hand Qinyuan Kingdom over to Yi Hao as soon as possible and give Yi Hao the rightful identity of emperor. But no matter what, the two princesses were his blood. No matter how angry he was, no matter how disappointed he was, he couldn't harden his heart and kill the eldest and second princesses. "Then don't die. Wait for me to return. I want to inherit the throne in a proper way." Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qinyuan and said jokingly. After all, with Emperor Qinyuan's health condition, he was worried that Emperor Qinyuan might really pass away at any time. "Don't worry, cough cough. I won't die so easily." Emperor Qinyuan coughed a few times and smiled with a pale complexion. "You have to take good care of His Majesty. If anything happens to His Majesty, I'll deal with you." Yi Hao looked at Zhong Nianwei, who was standing beside Emperor Qinyuan, and said, Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhong Nianwei quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I will do my best to protect His Majesty." To be honest, Zhong Nianwei was still somewhat fearful of Yi Hao. Of course, he admired him even more. Because he knew very well that if it weren't for Yi Hao, Qianyuan Kingdom would have been destroyed long ago. And if it weren't for Yi Hao, whether it was Emperor Qianyuan or himself, they would have died long ago. It was all because of the young man in front of him that Qianyuan Kingdom escaped death. Not only did he turn Qianyuan Kingdom's defeat into victory, but he also destroyed Duan Kingdom. So Zhong Nianwei admired Yi Hao from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he listened to Yi Hao's words. "Shang Xiong, let the three armies rest and prepare to quell the rebellion." Yi Hao ordered son Shangxiang. "Your Majesty, bad news. The late emperor and Yi Hao have defeated Duan Kingdom." The original palace of Qianyuan Kingdom had been occupied by the eldest princess. The left prime minister bowed to the eldest princess anxiously. "What? How is that possible?" The eldest princess's expression changed when she heard the left prime minister's words. She stood up immediately. "Duan Kingdom is so strong. How could our Qianyuan Kingdom win?" The eldest princess's face was filled with disbelief. It was obvious that the eldest princess wasn't happy about Qianyuan Kingdom's victory. Instead, she looked a little flustered. In her opinion, the Duan Kingdom had more soldiers than the Qianyuan Kingdom. Just the 8 demon emperors of Duan Kingdom alone were untouchable by Qianyuan Kingdom. Thus, she believed that it was impossible for the Qianyuan Kingdom to win against the Duan Kingdom. But she couldn't understand why Duan Kingdom would lose under such circumstances and Emperor Qianyuan would emerge victorious. "Do you know why Duan Kingdom lost?" The eldest princess looked at the left prime minister and asked anxiously. "I don't know." The left prime minister shook his head. After all, they had been busy recently in order to fight for territory, recruit troops, and develop their forces. They had been very busy. They didn't have the leisure to care about what happened on the battlefield. So there were many things that they didn't find out. "Go and find out what's going on," the eldest princess said with a serious face. "Yes, Your Majesty." The left prime minister bowed immediately. "Damn it. Why aren't you all dead?" the eldest princess said with an ashen face after the left prime minister left. In the first princess's mind, the scene of Yi Hao getting someone to cripple her cultivation naturally reappeared. Thinking of this, the eldest princess's face was filled with murderous intent. "This time, I won't rest until you die." The eldest princess now had an army of 3 million soldiers under her command. So, although she was afraid of Yi Hao, she was confident in her strength. However, the 3 million soldiers still gave him a certain amount of confidence. Moreover, she thought that even if Yi Hao defeated Duan Kingdom, he would suffer heavy losses. Chapter 949. Just like the eldest princess, the second princess received the same news as the eldest princess. The second princess's expression changed as well. "My lord, which direction should we go first to quell the rebellion?" In a military camp, a group of generals stood in front of a sand table map and surrounded it. Sun Shangxiang asked Yi Hao, "What do you all think?" Yi Hao didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the generals and asked, "Our army is here right now. With this general's suggestion, we should split into 2 and attack the imperial capital and the new capital respectively," one of the generals said. The imperial capital he mentioned was the old imperial capital of the Qianyuan Kingdom. The new capital he mentioned was the place where the second princess was. The first princess and the second princess were located in the northwest and northeast respectively. Yi Hao's position was in the south, opposite the 2 princesses' position. "My lord, the number of rebels in the 2 areas has reached 5 to 6 million. I don't think it's appropriate to attack them at the same time." "That's right. If we split up and attack one of the forces first, the remaining force will be defeated without a fight." "That's not right. If the 2 enemy forces know the number of our army, they will probably join forces. If that's the case, why don't we attack the imperial capital and the new capital at the same time?" All of a sudden, the generals were in a heated argument. Enough, Yi Hao said in a deep voice when he heard what the generals said. All the generals immediately quieted down and looked at Yi Hao. You all have to think carefully. Although there are more than 5 million rebels, most of them are just small fries that were recruited at 0 hours. We have 8 million soldiers. Not to mention that we outnumber them by more than 3 million, just the quality of our army is not something that they can compare with. How can you all argue over this? What a joke. Yi Hao's gaze swept over the crowd, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. When the generals heard Yi Hao's words and saw the disappointment in Yi Hao's eyes, they all lowered their heads in shame. So, Sun Shangxiang, listen up. Yi Hao turned his gaze to Sun Shangxiang. Present. Sun Shangxiang's valiant voice rang out. All the generals couldn't help but shudder. I order you to lead 2 million soldiers as the vanguard and attack the imperial capital. Do you have any objections? Yi Hao said to Sun Shangxiang. In his eyes, he did not care about the 2 princesses at all. Thus, in his opinion, the most important thing right now was to take back the imperial capital. As long as the imperial capital was in his hands, no matter how the ministers and the 2 princesses jumped around, they would be nothing more than grasshoppers after autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump around for more than a few days. This general obeys. Sun Shangxiang hurriedly accepted the order. Song Xiaotian, listen to my orders. Yi Hao looked at another general. Song Xiaotian used to be Lord Wu's subordinate. Originally, his highest position was to become a deputy chief. However, he had offended Lord Wu and was at odds with him. Thus, he had been suppressed by Lord Wu. Therefore, he directly made Song Xiaotian's days under Master Wuxi become more and more difficult. As a result, Song Xiaotian's position had been demoted from deputy chief to marshal of 1 million soldiers, then to commander of 100,000 soldiers, and finally to captain. However, Song Xiaotian's life had fallen from glory to rock bottom. Perhaps his life would become even more miserable in the future. Fortunately, Song Xiaotian had met Yi Hao and the Prime Minister had given him hope. According to Yi Hao's investigation, Song Xiaotian was an upright person. He was not bad in all aspects and met his requirements for selection. This general is present. Song Xiaotian looked at Yi Hao excitedly. This was because Song Xiaotian had a feeling that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be his chance to rise. I order you to lead 1 million soldiers and follow behind Sun Shangxiang. You will take over the various cities and pacify the people so that my army can pass through smoothly. Do you have any objections? Yi Hao looked at Song Xiaotian and said. Logically speaking, in Yi Hao's opinion, Song Xiaotian was indeed a good person. However, Song Xiaotian's cultivation was only at the 10th level demon venerable. This did not meet his requirements. However, there was no other way. Since it had come to this, he could only force a duck onto a perch. Fortunately, Song Xiaotian had been a marshal before. Yi Hao still had a sense of direction with this 1 million soldiers in his hands. This general will take over all the cities and not disappoint the Lord. I will welcome the Lord into the city. Song Xiaotian hurriedly bowed and said. Liu Zhong, heed my orders. Yi Hao looked at one of the middle-aged generals. Liu Zhong hurriedly bowed and said, this general is here. I will leave 1 million soldiers for you to guard the cities in the south. If there are any mistakes, you will be held accountable. Yi Hao said to Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong was a marshal and Yi Hao thought that he was a good person. Therefore, Yi Hao kept him. However, Yi Hao would not give him his old subordinates. Instead, he would give him a messed-up army and let Liu Zhong manage it. After all, if he gave Liu Zhong his old subordinates, although Liu Zhong was not bad now, he would eventually change. Moreover, everyone's desires would continue to grow. There was a saying that one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Therefore, for safety's sake, in order to save unnecessary trouble in the future, he gave Liu Zhong an unfamiliar army of 1 million soldiers. At least, Liu Zhong would not dare to act recklessly. Naturally, there would be his men in this army of 1 million soldiers. If Liu Zhong made any small movements, he would know. This general will definitely complete the task given by the Lord. If there are any mistakes, I will bring my head to see you. Liu Zhong immediately said excitedly. Meanwhile, the rest of the generals looked at Song Xiaotian and Liu Zhong enviously. Because in this way, the two of them would have a fixed status. In the future, as long as the two of them did not do anything wrong or angered Yi Hao, their status would not fall. At the very least, the two of them had a higher starting point than the rest. Good. Everyone, go and get ready, Yi Hao said to the crowd after he finished assigning the various tasks. After receiving Yi Hao's order, all the generals immediately went to get ready. When night fell, Sun Shangxiang led the 2 million soldiers and rushed towards the imperial city. The army was full of fighting spirit along the way. That night, Sun Shangxiang's army swept through 3 cities. Of course, wherever the army passed, they only killed the rebels. They did not hurt the ordinary people at all. Naturally, they were loved and respected by countless people. This was because after the first and second princesses occupied the cities, the people who suffered the most were the ordinary people. Chapter 950. If they wanted to develop their forces and armies, they would need a large amount of resources. However, how could the eldest and second princesses take out so many resources? Therefore, they did not care about the lives of the people and started to increase taxes by a large margin, robbing the people of their wealth. It could be said that since the people were ruled by the eldest and second princesses, they had been living a miserable life. Every day, their lives were worse than the last. Therefore, these commoners naturally complained and cursed the 2 princesses behind their backs. Therefore, they could not help but miss the days when Emperor Tianyuan was still in power. At least, they did not have such a miserable life. Therefore, when they saw Sun Shangxiang with the slogan of quelling the rebellion, all the people were naturally very welcoming. Not long after Sun Shangxiang's army left, Song Xiaotian led 1 million troops and followed closely behind. Song Xiaotian led the army and quickly took over the cities that Sun Shangxiang had conquered. After taking over the cities, he quickly pacified the people and captured the rebels. Then, he left behind some soldiers to guard the cities. Song Xiaotian continued to lead the army and followed Sun Shangxiang closely. Song Xiaotian led the army and followed behind Sun Shangxiang. He was more and more surprised. This was because Song Xiaotian realized that the speed at which Sun Shangxiang attacked the cities was faster than the speed at which his army marched. Sun Shangxiang had a large number of troops and was extremely powerful. Attacking those cities was naturally easy and did not need to be taken seriously. Sometimes, there was no need for the army to attack the cities. Sun Shangxiang only needed to release his aura. All the rebels immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Of course, there were also people who thought that they were strong. However, before they could show off to Sun Shangxiang, they were directly killed by Sun Shangxiang. As a result, the morale of the army was greatly boosted and they were unstoppable all the way. After Sun Shangxiang and Song Xiaotian had set off, Yi Hao said goodbye to Emperor Tianyuan a day later and led the army to set off. Yi Hao led the remaining 4 million soldiers towards the Sky Origin royal city in a grandiose manner. Every time Song Xiaotian arrived in a city, he would be warmly welcomed by the citizens. It was clear that Song Xiaotian had done well in his mission. Along the way, Yi Hao naturally comforted the people and established his prestige. When the commoners saw the army led by Yi Hao, all of their faces were filled with shock, and their faces flushed with excitement. This was because they had never thought that Tianyuan would go to war with Duan Kingdom. Not only did they win, but they also had such a huge army. As citizens of the Tianyuan Kingdom, they naturally wanted to see the Tianyuan Kingdom grow stronger. Take care, Your Highness. Third Prince Consort, you must subdue the rebels. Your Highness, you must lead the Tianyuan Kingdom back to glory. After Yi Hao left the city, the citizens of the city scrambled to shout. The third Prince Consort is the savior of the Tianyuan Kingdom. If it wasn't for the third Prince Consort, how could the Duan Kingdom be destroyed? Thanks to the third Prince Consort, our Tianyuan Kingdom won. As long as the third Prince Consort is here, restoring the glory of the Tianyuan Kingdom will not be a problem. After Yi Hao left with the army, countless people began to discuss Yi Hao. Everyone was filled with admiration and respect for Yi Hao. As for why, everyone knew that Yi Hao had led the Qianyuan kingdom to victory. Why did everyone know that Yi Hao had destroyed the Duan kingdom? Naturally, someone had spread the news. Naturally, someone had spread the news. This was naturally Song Xiaotian's doing. While subduing the cities, he had spread the news and praised Yi Hao's strength. Obviously, Song Xiaotian had done a good job. This was why the citizens were talking about Yi Hao and looked at Yi Hao with admiration. Song Xiaotian has done a good job. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, the Qianyuan royal city and the new capital city were in a state of chaos. Your Highness, in just one day, we have already lost 7 or 8 cities, a general said to the eldest princess with an ugly expression. Hearing the general's words, all the ministers began to discuss. How can Yi Hao's army be so fast? In just one day, they have already destroyed 7 or 8 of our cities. If this continues, our situation will not be optimistic. All of you, be quiet. Hearing the quarrel of the ministers, the eldest princess became even more upset. Hearing the eldest princess's angry shout, all the ministers immediately quieted down. Let me ask you. Have you investigated how many troops Yi Hao has brought? The eldest princess asked the general. Hearing the eldest princess's question, everyone immediately pricked up their ears. After all, this concerned their survival. Hearing the eldest princess's question, the general looked around the hall and hesitated. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Speak. The eldest princess said gloomily. Yes. Hearing the eldest princess's words, the general could only say, the enemy's vanguard has led 2 million troops and is heading straight for the imperial capital. What? 2 million troops? How can there be so many? Is this news true? Hearing the general's words, everyone began to discuss again. Their faces were full of shock. The eldest princess was no exception. She also had a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she also did not expect Yi Hao to send so many vanguard troops. Seeing how shocked the eldest princess and the ministers were after hearing this, the general had no choice but to continue. Moreover, the enemy has sent 1 million troops to continuously take over the city. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I was wondering why they have so many troops. So it turns out that they only have 3 million troops. Haha, just the vanguard alone has 2 million troops. If we can eliminate these 2 million troops, won't we be able to achieve a complete victory? That's right. Why didn't you say so earlier? You gave us all a shock. Many of the ministers even looked at the general with some resentment. Clearly, everyone had misunderstood and thought that Yi Hao only had 3 million troops. Hearing the ministers' discussion, the eldest princess immediately shouted coldly, all of you, be quiet. Because the eldest princess could see that the general's expression did not look too good, she felt that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Seeing that all the ministers had quietened down, the general continued, and that Yi Hao is leading 4 million troops as the vanguard and is heading straight for us. How many? 4 million. The eldest princess could not remain calm at this moment. She immediately stood up in shock. Chapter 951. That bastard, how could he have so many soldiers? Even if all the soldiers of the Qianyuan kingdom were added together, it would still be impossible for him to have so many soldiers. The second princess roared in disbelief after she calmed down. After all, according to her understanding, the entire Qianyuan kingdom only had 7 million soldiers. According to her assumption, even if Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers to defeat the Duan kingdom, they would suffer heavy losses. After all, the people of the Duan kingdom were not fools. They wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be killed. However, she actually heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers to attack the imperial city. She couldn't help but wonder where Yi Hao got so many soldiers. It couldn't be that Yi Hao didn't suffer any losses after the war with the Duan kingdom. To be honest, when she heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers, she panicked deep down. Although she recruited 2 million soldiers in a short period of time, she knew the standard of her 2 million soldiers. The 2 million soldiers didn't go through formal training and were just a bunch of small fries. Even if there were only 4 or 500,000 regular soldiers, they would be able to crush the 2 million strong army. She originally thought that even after the war between Yi Hao and the Duan kingdom ended, there shouldn't be many soldiers left. Since there weren't many soldiers left, they couldn't control her. That was why she dared to establish a new country. But now, Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers over. How could she be his opponent? Besides the 7 million soldiers, she didn't have any generals under her command who could deal with Sun Shangxiang. Even now, she couldn't forget the terror of Sun Shangxiang in her mind. At this moment, the imperial court had already turned into a pot of porridge. Countless ministers had regretful looks on their faces at this moment. Because they heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers over. Therefore, they felt that they couldn't fight back against Yi Hao. If it was something else, they might still have a way out. But they were rebelling. This was the crime of rebelling. Rebelling would result in the execution of 9 generations. Even if they had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to behead. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did they not want to be ministers and enjoy the glory and wealth? Why did they have to rebel? Now, not only were they unable to live a good life, they even had to live in fear, worried that Yi Hao would break through the city gates and kill them one by one. Your Highness. An official turned to the second princess with a panicked expression. Hearing the minister's words, the second princess's expression changed and she glared fiercely at the minister. How dare you address His Majesty like that? The Prime Minister of the Right roared. The official's face also changed. He knew that he had addressed the emperor wrongly. He hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. This humble official has misspoken. This humble official knows his mistake. Give him 50 slaps to teach him a lesson," the second princess said in a low voice. Yes, this humble subject knows his mistake. This humble subject knows his mistake. This humble subject knows his mistake. When the minister heard the second princess's words, he knelt on the ground and kept slapping his mouth. "All right, what do you want to say? Say it," the second princess asked impatiently when she saw the minister slapping himself 20 to 30 times. This humble subject boldly suggests that we surrender. On account of the sisterhood between the second princess and the third princess, as well as His Majesty's father-daughter relationship, the third prince consort probably won't hurt you, the minister said with a red and swollen face. "Rebel, do you know what you are saying?" The Prime Minister of the Right roared before the second princess could say anything. Although the second princess didn't say anything, her face was also livid. This was because the minister's words were undoubtedly bewitching and swaying the hearts of the other ministers. "Prime Minister, I don't know about anything else. I only know that if we continue to resist stubbornly, all of us here will not be able to escape death. That's right, we're all loyal to the second princess, but we can't let all of us die in vain just because of this. Everyone, don't you agree?" After the minister finished speaking, he looked at the other ministers. The other ministers looked at each other. Obviously, many of them agreed with the minister's words. However, none of them dared to speak up for fear of angering the second princess. When the second princess heard the minister's words, although she didn't look too happy, her heart was also swayed. After all, the gap between her strength and Yi Hao's was simply too big. Even she didn't have the confidence to go against Yi Hao. "You are deluding the public with your lies. You deserve to die." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in the Prime Minister of the Right's hand and he directly stabbed the minister kneeling on the ground. That minister was no match for the Prime Minister of the Right. Therefore, in his panic, the long sword directly pierced through his throat. "You!" The minister clutched his throat indignantly, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Ah! Many of the ministers were shocked when they saw this scene. They took a few steps back in panic and looked at the Prime Minister of the Right with fear. Whoever dares to speak nonsense and boost the morale of others while diminishing their own morale will end up like this. The Prime Minister of the Right held the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. The Prime Minister of the Right swept his cold gaze across all the civil and military ministers in the main hall. None of the civil and military ministers dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads in fear. "Prime Minister, you." Seeing that the Prime Minister of the right dared to kill a minister in public in the main hall, the second princess immediately frowned. This was because he didn't take her seriously at all. But before she could finish speaking, the Prime Minister of the right threw the long sword in his hand to one side and knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "Your Majesty, please investigate. I did all of this for Your Majesty's sake. Your Majesty, think about it. Things have already come to this point. Is there really any way back? Even if we surrender, will ye how let us off? Yes, the third princess might have taken into account our sisterly relationship in the past. But we sent an army to pursue the third princess. Will the third princess let us off? Moreover, even if the late emperor cared about the relationship between father and daughter, he would not have forgiven the rebellion." The right Prime Minister looked at the second princess as he spoke earnestly. "This." The second princess paused when she heard this. Obviously, what the Prime Minister of the right said made sense. "Prime Minister, do you have any suggestions? What should we do now?" The second princess couldn't help but look at the Prime Minister of the right and ask. Hearing the second princess's question, the rest of the ministers quickly looked at the Prime Minister of the right. Obviously, everyone had pinned their hopes of survival on the Prime Minister of the right. "Actually, we might not necessarily lose this war." The Prime Minister of the right suddenly laughed. Chapter 952. Because we still have reinforcements. The right Prime Minister smiled. "Reinforcements? We still have reinforcements. But where are the reinforcements? But what reinforcements can defeat Yi Hao's 7 million strong army? Prime Minister, are you joking with us?" Hearing the right Prime Minister's words, the ministers couldn't help but discuss suspiciously. The second princess also had a look of disbelief. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Prime Minister, stop joking. Where else can we find reinforcements in the huge Qianyuan kingdom?" Hearing the second princess's words, the right Prime Minister couldn't help but smile. He then took out a letter and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look." "Bring it up," the second princess said to the maid beside her. When the maid heard the second princess, she quickly walked to the right Prime Minister's side, took the letter from him, and handed it to the second princess. The second princess took the letter curiously and glanced at the right Prime Minister, who knew that the right Prime Minister would nod with a smile. The second princess couldn't help but open the letter curiously. All the ministers also looked at the second princess curiously, who knew that the second princess would be delighted after reading the letter. "Is this true?" The second princess couldn't help but ask excitedly. She looked at the right Prime Minister with anticipation. When the rest saw the second princess's reaction, they revealed even more curious expressions and looked at the second princess. "It's absolutely true. How would I dare to lie to Your Majesty?" The right Prime Minister said with a smile. "But Prime Minister, how could you be related to the Black Sword sect? And why would the Black Sword sect agree to help us?" The second princess asked in confusion. "Your Majesty, you don't know that I have an adopted son who is a member of the Black Sword sect. However, I didn't expect that kid to have such achievements after joining the Black Sword sect," the right Prime Minister said proudly. "What? The Black Sword sect? Prime Minister, you have an adopted son from the Black Sword sect. Does this mean that we are saved this time?" Hearing the right Prime Minister's words, many of the ministers were excited. The Black Sword sect was definitely not weak in the Qianyuan kingdom. In the heyday of the Qianyuan kingdom, the Black Sword sect used to be a subsidiary sect of the Qianyuan kingdom. However, as the Black Sword sect became stronger and stronger, they gradually broke away from the Qianyuan kingdom. And now, the powerful Black Sword sect was an existence that even the Qianyuan kingdom could not fawn over. In their opinion, if the Black Sword sect were to help them, they would definitely win this time. So that's how it is. May I know where the Prime Minister's adopted son is? When the time comes, how many people will be sent to help us? Hearing the right Prime Minister's words, the second princess suddenly understood and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, My adopted son is waiting outside, waiting for your majesty to summon him. The Prime Minister of the Right replied. Prime Minister, you're treating me as an outsider. How can you let your son wait outside? Quickly call him in. No, all of you, follow me to personally welcome him. The second princess stood up and said. Then, the second princess rushed out of the palace hall in a hurry. All the ministers followed behind the second princess and walked out. Outside the hall stood a black-clothed youth with a long sword on his back. He stood proudly on the stone steps. Prime Minister, hurry up and introduce him to me. Looking at the young man before her, the second princess looked at the right Prime Minister and said, This is my son, Hong Qingyun. Qingyun, hurry up and greet your majesty. The right Prime Minister said to Hong Qingyun. When Hong Qingyun saw the second princess, his eyes lit up. I've always heard that your majesty is a peerless talent. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. May I have a few drinks with you? Hearing that Hong Qingyun actually dared to flirt with the second princess, many of the ministers were immediately displeased. If not for the right Prime Minister's face and their fear of the Black Sword sect, some of them would have reprimanded Hong Qingyun. Qingyun, don't be rude. The right Prime Minister pretended to be angry and hurriedly shouted. It's all right. Young Master Qingyun really does not stick to one pattern. The second princess did not blame him at all. Instead, she turned around and ordered with a smile, Men, prepare the banquet. The second princess had been forced into a corner. Now that Hong Qingyun had finally appeared, she naturally had to suck up to him. After all, whether she could defeat Yi Hao or not depended entirely on Hong Qingyun. Seeing that the second princess was not angry, the right Prime Minister could not help but nod in satisfaction. When the ministers saw the second princess in this state, they naturally could not say anything more. Young Master Qingyun's appearance is extraordinary. I wonder what young Master Qingyun's cultivation level is now? Under the second princess's signal, a minister asked Hong Qingyun. Third Order Demon Emperor. Hong Qingyun exclaimed proudly as he released his aura. Feeling the power of Hong Qingyun's aura, many of the ministers could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because no one present had a higher cultivation base than Hong Qingyun. Seeing Hong Qingyun's cultivation level, the right Prime Minister could not help but feel gratified. He said proudly, As expected of my son, his talent is outstanding. At such a young age, he has reached the Third Order Demon Emperor. He is much stronger than your husband. The Prime Minister's people are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Young Master Qingyun is actually a Third Order Demon Emperor powerhouse. The Prime Minister is really lucky to have such a good son. After being shocked by Hong Qingyun's cultivation level, the ministers could not help but flatter him. Ha ha ha, everyone is flattering me. The right Prime Minister heard the flattery and could not help but feel happy. Although everyone was shocked by Hong Qingyun's strength, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts towards Hong Qingyun had lessened. However, the second princess showed a trace of dissatisfaction. If it was in the past, when she saw a Third Order Demon Emperor powerhouse, she would definitely try to curry favor with them. But compared to Sun Shangxiang's strength, in her eyes, Hong Qingyun's strength was really nothing. In front of Sun Shangxiang, Hong Qingyun would not be able to defeat him in a second. Hong Qingyun's gaze was always on the second princess. He thought that if he released his cultivation level, the second princess would be shocked and tempted by him, but he found that the second princess's eyes were looking at him with a trace of disappointment. Seeing this trace of disappointment, Hong Qingyun was very puzzled. At the same time, he was very unhappy in his heart. Then, Hong Qingyun's face became ugly. The right Prime Minister's eyes were very sharp. He immediately noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He hurried to the second princess and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, is Qingyun making you unhappy? Although his cultivation level is strong, I am afraid that he is not Yi Hao's opponent. The second princess said truthfully. The right Prime Minister was slightly surprised. He did not expect that a Third Order Demon Emperor cultivation level would not be enough. Chapter 953. That bastard. How could he have so many soldiers? Even if all the soldiers of the Qianyuan kingdom were added together, it would still be impossible for him to have so many soldiers. The second princess roared in disbelief after she calmed down. After all, according to her understanding, the entire Qianyuan kingdom only had 7 million soldiers. According to her assumption, even if Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers to defeat the Duan kingdom, he would suffer heavy losses. After all, the people of the Duan kingdom were not fools. They would not stand there and be killed. However, she actually heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers to attack the imperial city. She could not help but wonder where Yi Hao got so many soldiers. It was impossible that Yi Hao did not suffer any losses after going to war with the Duan kingdom. To be honest, when she heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers, she panicked deep down. Although she recruited 2 million soldiers in a short time, she was clear about the standard of her 2 million soldiers. The 2 million soldiers did not undergo formal training and were just a bunch of small fries. Even if there were only 4 or 500,000 regular soldiers, they would be able to crush the 2 million strong army. She originally thought that even after the war between Yi Hao and the Duan kingdom ended, there should not be many soldiers left. Since there were not many soldiers left, they could not control her. That was why she dared to establish a new country, but now, Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers. How could she be his opponent? Besides the 7 million soldiers, she did not have any generals under her command who could deal with Sun Shangxiang. Even at this moment, she could not forget the horror of Sun Shangxiang in her mind. At this moment, the imperial court had already turned into a pot of porridge. Countless ministers looked regretful at this moment. Because they heard that Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers over. Therefore, they felt that it was simply impossible for them to retaliate against Yi Hao. If it was something else, they might still have a way out. But they were rebelling. This was the crime of rebellion. Rebelling would result in the execution of 9 generations. Even if they had 100 heads, it would not be enough to behead. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did they not want to be ministers and enjoy the glory and wealth? Why did they have to rebel? Now, not only were they unable to live a good life, they even had to live in fear, worried that Yi Hao would break through the city gates and kill them one by one. Your Highness. An official turned to the second princess with a panicked expression. Hearing the minister's words, the second princess's expression changed and she glared fiercely at the minister. How dare you address His Majesty like that? The Prime Minister of the Right roared. The official's face also changed. He knew that he had addressed the emperor wrongly. He hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. This humble official has misspoken. This humble official knows his mistake. Give him 50 slaps to teach him a lesson," the second princess said in a low voice. Yes, this humble subject knows his mistake. This humble subject knows his mistake. This humble subject knows his mistake. When the minister heard the second princess's words, he knelt on the ground and kept slapping his mouth. "All right, what do you want to say? Say it." Seeing that the minister had slapped himself 20 to 30 times, the second princess asked impatiently. "This humble subject boldly suggests that we surrender. On account of the sisterhood between the second princess and the third princess, as well as His Majesty's father-daughter relationship, the third prince consort shouldn't hurt you," the minister said with a red and swollen face. That dog, how could he have so many soldiers? Even if all the soldiers of the Qianyuan kingdom were added together, it wouldn't be that many. The second princess shouted in disbelief after she calmed down from the shock in her heart. After all, according to her understanding, the entire Qianyuan kingdom only had 7 million soldiers. According to her assumption, even if Yi Hao led the 7 million soldiers to defeat the Duan kingdom, they would suffer heavy losses. After all, the people of the Duan kingdom weren't fools. They wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be killed. However, she actually heard that Yi Hao was actually leading the 7 million soldiers to attack the imperial city. She couldn't help but wonder where Yi Hao got so many soldiers from. It couldn't be that Yi Hao didn't suffer any losses after going to war with the Duan kingdom. To be honest, when she heard that Yi Hao was leading the 7 million soldiers, she panicked in the depths of her heart. Although she recruited 2 million soldiers in a short period of time, she was clear about the standard of her 2 million soldiers. Those 2 million soldiers didn't go through formal training and were just a bunch of small fries. Even if there were only 400,000 to 500,000 regular soldiers, they would be able to defeat the 2 million soldiers. She originally thought that even after the war between Yi Hao and the Duan kingdom ended, there wouldn't be many soldiers left. Since there weren't many soldiers left, they wouldn't be able to control her. That was why she dared to establish a new country. But now, Yi Hao was leading the 7 million soldiers. How could she be his opponent? Moreover, other than the 7 million soldiers, she didn't have any generals under her command who could deal with Sun Shangxiang. Even at this moment, she couldn't forget the terror of Sun Shangxiang in her mind. At this moment, the imperial court had already turned into a pot of porridge. Countless ministers had expressions of regret on their faces at this moment. This was because they heard that Yi Hao was leading the 7 million soldiers. Therefore, they felt that they couldn't fight back against Yi Hao at all. If this was something else, they might still have a way out. But they were rebelling. This was the crime of rebellion. Rebelling would result in 9 familial exterminations. Even if they had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop off. At this moment, they were very regretful. Why didn't they become ministers and enjoy the glory and wealth? Why did they have to rebel? Now, not only were they unable to live a good life, but they were also on tenterhooks, worried that Yi Hao would break through the city gates and kill them one by one. Your Highness. A minister looked at the second princess and was about to speak with a flustered expression. Hearing the minister's words, the second princess's expression suddenly changed and she glared fiercely at the minister. Impudent! How dare you address Her Majesty like that? The Prime Minister of the Right roared. The minister's expression also changed. He knew that he had addressed Her Majesty wrongly and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please spare my life. It was a slip of the tongue. I know my mistake. Slap yourself 50 times. You'll remember this. The second princess said in a low voice. Yes, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. I know my mistake. The minister knelt on the ground and kept slapping himself when he heard the second princess's words. All right, what do you want to say? Say it. The second princess asked impatiently when she saw the minister slapping himself 20 to 30 times. Chapter 954. Who do you want to kill? In less than 3 days, I will have his head in front of you. Hong Qingyun said confidently. The enemy's general, Sun Shangxiang. The second princess said directly. Judging from the name, it's a woman? Hong Qingyun asked curiously. Why? Young Master Qingyun, are you interested in women? Seeing Hong Qingyun's curious look, the second princess complained unhappily. Of course not. Hong Qingyun laughed awkwardly and said, Men. Whoosh tilde, everyone only saw a blur before 2 middle-aged men appeared in front of them. Young master. The 2 middle-aged men bowed respectfully to Hong Qingyun. Go, kill the one called Sun Shangxiang. Hong Qingyun ordered the 2 of them. Yes. Hearing Hong Qingyun's order, the 2 men quickly left the hall. Seeing the 2 men leave, the second princess asked, What are their cultivations? Can they defeat Sun Shangxiang? Don't worry. Both of them are 10th order demon emperors. With the 2 of them, dealing with a 10th order demon emperor is a piece of cake. Hong Qingyun said confidently. Hearing Hong Qingyun's words, the second princess nodded her head in relief. Your Majesty, if Sun Shangxiang is killed, the enemy will have no general. This will be our chance. I have a suggestion. The right Prime Minister quickly said. What suggestion? Please speak. The second princess looked at the right Prime Minister. We should contact the first princess and join forces to attack Sun Shangxiang's vanguard. If the first princess is not stupid, she should know that Yi Hao is our common enemy. The right Prime Minister looked at the second princess and said slowly. Hearing the right Prime Minister's words, the second princess nodded her head and thought that the right Prime Minister's words made sense. After all, Yi Hao's current military strength was simply too strong. If Yi Hao was not destroyed, she and the first princess would not have a day of peace. They would be constantly on the edge. Moreover, if Yi Hao was not destroyed, she and the first princess could be destroyed at any time. On the other hand, if Yi Hao was destroyed, then the entire Tianyuan kingdom would belong to her and the first princess. At that time, she and the first princess would be evenly matched. She would then join forces with Hong Qingyun to defeat the eldest princess. By then, the entire Tianyuan kingdom would be hers alone. Alright, then quickly send someone to contact her. If she wants to destroy Yi Hao, then send her troops quickly. The second princess ordered the right prime minister. The right prime minister nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll send someone to deliver the letter. Your Majesty, the second princess sent a letter asking us to send troops to fight Sun Shangxiang's army together with them. At this moment, in the imperial capital of Tianyuan Kingdom, the left minister reported to the first princess. I allow it. The eldest princess agreed immediately upon hearing the left prime minister's words. Right now, she couldn't wait to join forces with the second princess. This was because Sun Shangxiang's army's route of attack was very clear. They were heading straight for the Sky Origin Kingdom. If she were to rely on her own strength, she would not be a match for Sun Shangxiang's army. Therefore, now that the second princess had taken the initiative to form an alliance, she was more than happy to oblige. As the eldest princess and the second princess joined forces, the second princess sent out 1.5 million troops while the eldest princess sent out 2.5 million troops. A total of 4 million troops gathered and charged towards Sun Shangxiang's army. My lord, the traitorous eldest princess and the second princess have joined forces. They have sent out a total of 4 million troops to attack Marshal Sunday. Should we send reinforcements? A general walked up to Yi Hao and asked respectfully. They are just a bunch of small fries. Don't worry. Yi Hao waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Although the eldest princess and the second princess had sent out a large number of troops, Yi Hao knew their quality very well. Therefore, he trusted Sun Shangxiang very much. If Sun Shangxiang, with 2 million elite troops, couldn't even deal with 4 million small fries, then Sun Shangxiang would be in vain. Let the army continue to advance towards the imperial capital. Yi Hao continued to instruct the general. Marshal, Bright Moon City is right in front of us. A general said to Sun Shangxiang as he pointed at the city in front of them. This general was also full of admiration for Sun Shangxiang. It should be known that the other marshals were all overseeing the three armies and basically wouldn't make a move themselves. Sun Shangxiang, on the other hand, wasn't overseeing the three armies at all. Instead, he was treating himself as a vanguard general. However, Sun Shangxiang was a vanguard general who couldn't be compared to an ordinary vanguard general. Sun Shangxiang was able to break through the city gates in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there wasn't a large army that could stop Sun Shangxiang. Furthermore, Sun Shangxiang never got tired of attacking cities. This greatly increased the speed at which the army broke through the city gates. Over the past few days, Sun Shangxiang had single-handedly broken through 60 to 70 cities. Please wait for a moment. Let me break through this city, Sun Shangxiang said as he looked at Bright Moon City in front of him and sped towards it. Bright Moon City, listen up. I am Sun Shangxiang, the Grand Marshal of Tianyuan Kingdom's vanguard. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and open the city gates so that innocent people don't get hurt. Sun Shangxiang shouted as he arrived at Bright Moon City. I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous Grand Marshal Sun Shangxiang. An official walked out of the city walls. This official was naturally the one in charge of Bright Moon City. Previously, he had been very worried that Bright Moon City would fall and that Sun Shangxiang would attack Bright Moon City. But now, he looked at Sun Shangxiang without the slightest hint of fear on his face. Seeing this, Sun Shangxiang didn't say anything. The general beside him said anxiously, Marshal, be careful. This might be a trap. It's fine. Sun Shangxiang waved her hand and looked at the official. She knew that if the official dared to speak to her like this, he must have some trump card. Although Sun Shangxiang didn't seem to care, he had already begun to accumulate power and looked in the direction of Bright Moon City warily. Marshal Sun has worked hard to come here. I have prepared a gift for Marshal Sunday. I wonder if Marshal Sun has prepared it yet. The official looked at Sun Shangxiang and smiled sinisterly. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come at me if you have any tricks up your sleeve. Sun Shangxiang looked at the official and shouted coldly. My lords, Grand Marshal Sun Shangxiang is here. Please make your move. The official suddenly shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two air-piercing sounds were heard. In the next instant, two figures appeared directly in front of Sun Shangxiang. If Hong Qingyun were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that these were the two guards that he had sent. The two middle-aged men appeared, their eyes fixed on Sun Shangxiang. One of them asked, You are Sun Shangxiang? Chapter 955. My young master has ordered the two of us to take your head. I'm sorry. Do it. The two middle-aged men looked at each other and took out their weapons, ready to attack Sun Shangxiang. Wait a minute, who is your young master? Sun Shangxiang suddenly asked. I'll let you know before you die. Our young master is the grandson of the Black Sword sect's Hong Wujian, Hong Qingyun. The two men answered directly. Obviously, the two of them were full of confidence in their strength. Okay, you can die now. Hearing the two men's words, Sun Shangxiang nodded, and suddenly the flexible sword in his hand danced. Shameless boasting. Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, the two men snorted coldly, and then martial arts power burst out from their bodies. Powerful martial arts power instantly filled the two men's bodies. The two of them held long swords and waved them, sweeping up waves of sword qi, and attacked Sun Shangxiang. In an instant, the two powerful sword qi formed a cage, wrapping Sun Shangxiang in it. If it was an ordinary 10th order demon emperor, it was estimated that they would not be able to escape from the sword qi cage. From this, it could be seen that the strength of these two demon emperors was really not weak. Seeing this scene, Sun Shangxiang's subordinates instantly shouted for Sun Shangxiang, worried about him. Two lords, you can do it. The Bright Moon City's official shouted happily. After all, if the two demon emperors were defeated, he would not have a good time. But the current situation was obviously the two demon emperors had the advantage. He was very much looking forward to seeing the two demon emperors behead Sun Shangxiang into a meat paste. While the onlookers were nervous and looking forward to it, the two men's attacks suddenly fell. But no matter how strong the two men's attacks were, Sun Shangxiang did not care. Insignificant skill. Looking at the two men's attacks, Sun Shangxiang's face did not have the slightest panic, and he could not help but snort disdainfully. Boom! At this time, Sun Shangxiang's flexible sword suddenly burst out with powerful spiritual power. Powerful spiritual energy instantly spread out in all directions. With an unstoppable momentum, it instantly shattered the sword qi of the two demon emperors. Puff tilde, you're a spiritualist. How is this possible? The attacks of the two demon emperors were easily neutralized by Sun Shangxiang. Furthermore, the counterattack of the spiritual energy was something they could not resolve. The two demon emperors suffered heavy injuries at the same time, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them looked at Sun Shangxiang with shock and fear in their eyes. Roar! The marshal is mighty! The marshal is mighty! The marshal is mighty! Seeing this, Sun Shangxiang's subordinates shouted in unison. This. On the other hand, the excitement on the faces of the officials of Bright Moon City had vanished, replaced by panic. Since you know, you can die in peace. Sun Shangxiang did not deny his identity as a spiritualist. As soon as Sun Shangxiang finished speaking, the flexible sword danced, and the gorgeous spiritual energy once again attacked the two demon emperors. No! Stop, you can't kill us. We are from the Black Sword sect. If you kill us, you won't have a good ending. The two demon emperors knew that they were definitely no match for a spiritualist. Even the lowest level of the Atman body realm, they were no match for him. This was because the difference between the power of martial arts and spiritual energy was still very huge. If threatening me is useful, then it's a waste of my own cultivation. Sun Shangxiang obviously didn't care about the words of the two. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, There was the sound of clothes tearing. The clothes of the two demon emperors were completely torn. And under their clothes, there were already dense wounds. You're so vicious. The two of them were cold as they stared at Sun Shangxiang. Die. Sun Shangxiang's voice sank. Under the desperate gazes of the two demon emperors, the sword qi pierced through their throat. Kill. After killing the two of them, Sun Shangxiang pointed his sword at Moon City. Kill. The army was completely inspired by the scene of Sun Shangxiang. Then, they rushed toward Bright Moon City aggressively. How could this be? It's over. The officials of Bright Moon City stood on the city wall, their faces pale. Just now, you seemed to be very arrogant. At this moment, the official suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Then, he turned around and saw an exquisite beauty reflected in his eyes. He wanted to speak in a panic, but before he could say anything, Sun Shangxiang had already made his move, the flexible sword piercing through his throat. Go and report to the Lord, say that the Black Sword sect has interfered. After killing the official, Sun Shangxiang turned around and said to the general. What? The Black Sword sect is really haunting us. Hearing the general's words, Yi Hao said in dissatisfaction. After careful calculation, he had already clashed with the Black Sword sect many times. Black Sword sect, you're courting death this time. Yi Hao's eyes darkened. It was obvious that he had given the Black Sword sect a death sentence. Order Sun Shangxiang to kill the 4 million troops at the fastest speed and break into the imperial capital. Yi Hao directly ordered the general again. Yi Hao also didn't expect that things would go so smoothly, but halfway through, there would be a Cheng Yarojin. Yi Hao believed that something must have happened for the Black Sword sect to suddenly intervene. Therefore, in order to prevent any more trouble, Yi Hao couldn't wait. What? The Black Sword sect is really haunting us. Hearing the general's words, Yi Hao said in dissatisfaction. After careful calculation, he had already clashed with the Black Sword sect many times. Black Sword sect, you're courting death this time. Yi Hao's eyes darkened. It was obvious that he had given the Black Sword sect a death sentence. Order Sun Shangxiang to kill the 4 million troops at the fastest speed and break into the imperial capital. Yi Hao directly ordered the general again. Yi Hao also didn't expect that things would go so smoothly, but halfway through, there would be a Cheng Yarojin. Yi Hao believed that something must have happened for the Black Sword sect to suddenly intervene. Therefore, in order to prevent any more trouble, Yi Hao couldn't wait. What? The Black Sword sect is really like a lingering spirit. Hearing the general's words, Yi Hao said in dissatisfaction. After careful calculation, he had already clashed with the Black Sword sect many times. Black Sword sect, you're courting death this time. Yi Hao's eyes darkened. It was obvious that he had given the Black Sword sect a death sentence. Order Sun Shangxiang to kill the 4 million troops at the fastest speed and break into the imperial capital. Yi Hao directly ordered the general again. Yi Hao also didn't expect that things would go so smoothly, but halfway through, there would be a Cheng Yarojin. Yi Hao believed that something must have happened for the Black Sword sect to suddenly intervene. Chapter 956. Go and tell Song Xiaotian that I will give the second princess's army to him. Sun Shangxiang looked at the direction of the second princess's army and ordered his subordinates. Yes. Hearing Sun Shangxiang's order, his subordinates immediately agreed. Then, Sun Shangxiang's gaze landed on the north of Bright Moon City, where the first princess's army was. Everyone, I want to wipe out the entire 2.5 million enemy army. Do you have any objections? Sun Shangxiang drew a circle on the sand table and asked. Everyone looked at the circle that Sun Shangxiang drew and spoke one by one. How can a mere 2.5 million mixed army be a match for our 2 million regular army? Under the leadership of the marshal, wiping out the 2.5 million mixed army is not a problem at all. As long as we surround these 2.5 million soldiers like dumplings, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. Hearing the discussions of the generals, Sun Shangxiang nodded his head in satisfaction and suddenly shouted, "That's good. Generals, listen to my orders." "We will listen to your orders." Everyone immediately looked at Sun Shangxiang respectfully. The 1st and 2nd legions, a total of 400,000 soldiers, ambush here. This is the only way out for the enemy to escape. The 3rd and 4th legions, attack from the front. The 5th and 6th legions, attack from the left. The 7th and 8th legions, attack from the right. The 9th and 10th legions, attack from the back. Do you all understand? Sun Shangxiang finished assigning the tasks and then looked at everyone. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Good. Let's go and wipe out the enemy. Then, Sun Shangxiang waved his arm and waved it. Marshal Sun said that he will leave the 1.5 million soldiers of the second princess to you to deal with. A general received Sun Shangxiang's order and said to Song Xiaotian, Haha, Marshal Sun is really generous. My hands have been itching for a long time. Hearing his subordinate's words, Song Xiaotian immediately laughed out loud. Then, Song Xiaotian immediately walked to the sand table and said with a serious face, Gather all the generals. I want to assign task. To be honest, Song Xiaotian was actually very nervous. This was because he was worried that he would not be able to wipe out the second princess's army. If it was his 1 million soldiers, he would not be worried at all. However, Sun Shangxiang had conquered so many cities and had to have soldiers to guard them. Although each city did not need many soldiers temporarily, they still had to send 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers. Therefore, he only had slightly more than 600,000 soldiers in his hands. Although the second princess's army was very weak. However, the enemy had too many people. They were going to use 600,000 troops to encircle and suppress 1.5 million troops. In terms of numbers, the second princess's army would have more than double his army. While Song Xiaotian was deep in thought, many of the soldiers walked in. Shangxiang's why I asked Sun Shangxiang's army was Shangxiang army's Shangxiang army. When everyone heard Song Xiaotian's question, they all shook their heads and looked at Song Xiaotian in confusion. The Lord has ordered us to assist Marshal Sun to wipe out the enemy's 4 million soldiers. Marshal Sun will leave the second princess's 1.5 million soldiers to us. Song Xiaotian looked at the crowd and said, Is this true? That's great. I'm dying to see Marshal Sun's army kill the enemy and gain merits. This is an opportunity for us. I've been itching for it for a long time. Marshal, I want to be the vanguard. Everyone was excited when they heard Song Xiaotian's words. Ha ha ha, you did not disappoint me. Now, I will assign tasks to all of you. Song Xiaotian could not help but laugh when he saw how excited everyone was. Then, Song Xiaotian assigned tasks to everyone. Everyone, this is our first battle. Whether or not the Lord values us will depend on your performance. After assigning the tasks, Song Xiaotian looked at the crowd and said with a solemn expression, Marshal, don't worry. We will do our best to kill the enemy. We'll definitely kill them all. We will complete the task. Everyone cupped their fists and said passionately, Good. Go and get ready. Wait for the order to attack. What's the situation? Sun Shangxiang stood on top of a mountain and looked at the dense army in front of him. The densely packed army was naturally the first princess's 250 soldiers. If one looked carefully, they would see that there were also many soldiers around the 2.5 million soldiers. And those soldiers were slowly moving toward the 2.5 million soldiers. Marshal, our men are surrounding the enemy. The enemy has not discovered us yet. A general quickly replied when he heard Sun Shangxiang's question. Sun Shangxiang looked at the sky and after a while, he suddenly said, Pass down the order. All troops, attack. Yes. Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, many soldiers immediately moved quickly and left to pass down the order. Marshal, it's about time. Why don't we attack? A general in the first princess's camp said impatiently. After all, killing Sun Shangxiang's army was an opportunity to make a name for themselves. How could they not look forward to it? Okay, pass down my order, attack. What's going on? Just as the marshal was about to give the order for the soldiers to attack, he was interrupted by the sudden battle cries. The marshal couldn't help but frown as he asked solemnly, This I don't know either. The general beside the marshal shook his head quickly and ordered the guards beside him, "Why aren't you going to check what's going on? Attack! Attack! Attack!" The battle cries of the heaven-shaking squad could be heard from all directions. As for the first princess's camp, the soldiers were obviously shocked by the sudden battle cry. For a moment, they were actually a little flustered and panicked. "Everyone, stay calm," the marshal immediately shouted when he saw this. Reporting to the marshal, something bad has happened." A guard ran over in a panic and shouted in panic at the same time. "How can you be so flustered? What's going on?" The marshal looked at the guard and asked with a frown. "People, there are people everywhere," the guard hurriedly replied. "Who are they?" The marshal continued to ask. "They seem to be Sun Shangxiang's troops. They are densely packed and they are everywhere." "What? How is that possible? Shouldn't Sun Shangxiang be dead? How could her people appear here?" Chapter 957. Look carefully. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will take your head. The marshal's heart trembled when he heard the name Sun Shangxiang. At the same time, he looked at the guard and shouted. Hearing the marshal's words, the guard quickly said, "Marshal, what I said is true. The flag they are holding is indeed the flag with the word Sun. What do you all think?" Then, the marshal looked at the generals. "Marshal, it seems that Sun Shangxiang is very likely not dead." A general quickly replied. "How powerful is that Sun Shangxiang? Didn't the second princess say that she sent 2 10th-order demon emperors to kill Sun Shangxiang? Could it be that we have been fooled by the second princess? I think it is very possible. After all, no matter how strong Sun Shangxiang is, it is impossible for him to survive the attack of 2 demon emperors." The generals present suddenly discussed, and each of them had a face of panic and speculation. One had to know that not long ago, they had received news that the second princess had sent 2 10th-order demon emperors to kill Sun Shangxiang. When they heard this news, they were overjoyed. After all, it was impossible for them to be fearless, not to be afraid of the strong. Everyone had a natural fear of the strong from the bottom of their heart, and none of them were an exception. Therefore, they also followed the second princess's army, waiting for Sun Shangxiang to be killed, and the 2 million soldiers to be in chaos, so that they could encircle and annihilate Sun Shangxiang's army. But now, before they could encircle and annihilate Sun Shangxiang's army, they had already been surrounded by Sun Shangxiang's army unknowingly. Sun Shangxiang is not dead, then what do you all say? What should we do now? The marshal was certain that Sun Shangxiang was not dead at this moment. After all, if Sun Shangxiang was dead, how could the Sun Shangxiang's army be so orderly and encircle them? "Marshal, if Sun Shangxiang didn't die, none of us would be a match for Sun Shangxiang. Moreover, we don't have much more soldiers than them, but we definitely aren't a match for Sun Shangxiang Legion." "That's right. The battle between our Sun Shangxiang army and the Sun Shangxiang army is like an egg smashing against a rock. Marshal, I think we should retreat quickly. This way, we can preserve our strength." "Marshal, let's retreat quickly. Any later and it might be too late." At this moment, no one had the confidence to go against Sun Shangxiang. One by one, they tried to dissuade him. As for the marshal himself, there was a look of struggle on his face. "But if we flee before the battle, I'm afraid His Majesty will punish us," the marshal said with a worried expression. After all, as the marshal, he led the army to flee. If he angered the eldest princess, he would definitely lose his head. "Marshal, you worry too much. We are preserving our strength for His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely not blame us." "That's right. His Majesty will definitely understand the marshal's painstaking efforts. The marshal is doing this for His Majesty's sake." Seeing the hesitation on the marshal's face, everyone hurriedly tried to dissuade him. After all, if the marshal left, even if they were punished, they wouldn't be punished too severely because the marshal would be there to take care of it. However, if the marshal didn't leave and they fled, they wouldn't be able to escape death even if they managed to escape. "Marshal, don't hesitate anymore. Listen to the cries of killing around you. If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late, a general said hurriedly. The rest of the generals also looked at the marshal anxiously. Hearing the cries of killing around him and hearing the words of the generals, the marshal's heart was clearly wavering. All right, quickly prepare the troops and break out of the encirclement with me. The marshal finally made a decision and planned to retreat. Hearing the marshal's words, everyone was instantly delighted. Yes, Your Majesty. The marshal's face was dejected. This was probably the most aggrieved battle he had ever fought. After all, he was leading an army of 2.5 million soldiers, yet he had to flee in the first battle. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely be a great humiliation. However, when it came to this, there was nothing he could do. Marshal, this is bad. The soldiers have been held back by the enemy and can't retreat at all. Marshal, we can't care about those people. If we care about them, we will all die here today. Marshal, please consider the big picture and ignore those soldiers for now. Just as the marshal was waiting for the soldiers to retreat together, he saw the generals running over with ugly expressions to report to him. Damn it! Could it be that Sun Shangxiang wants to bring 2 million soldiers to attack us? The marshal cursed angrily. He obviously hadn't expected that it would be so difficult to escape at this point. However, at this point, he could only consider the big picture. All of you, lead your troops and follow me to break out of the encirclement in the direction of Bright Moon Valley. Break out as many as you can. Although the marshal was afraid of Sun Shangxiang, it didn't mean that he was scared silly and didn't have his own thoughts. As early as when the generals went to organize the retreat, he had already studied the route of retreat. In his opinion, Bright Moon Valley was the best route of retreat. This was because Bright Moon Valley was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, it was relatively dangerous. In his opinion, since Sun Shangxiang had made such a move to encircle him, they must have mobilized all of their troops. In his opinion, Sun Shangxiang would never have thought that he would start to escape so quickly. Therefore, he thought that Bright Moon Valley was his only way out. When the time came, as long as he occupied Bright Moon Valley, he could attack and retreat at will. Yes. Hearing the marshal's words, everyone immediately led a large number of troops and horses and followed behind the marshal, rushing in the direction of Bright Moon Valley. Of course, Sun Shangxiang had seen all of this. With such a general, the eldest princess still dares to establish a country. She is really useless. She actually used such a useless person. Sun Shangxiang smiled disdainfully. She also didn't expect that the eldest princess's men would run away without a fight. If the eldest princess's men fought with her troops desperately, they might be able to cause some damage to her troops and cause some trouble. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. After all, no matter what war it was, there was nothing easier than chasing after a stray dog. How are the preparations in the direction of Bright Moon Valley? Sun Shangxiang immediately turned around and asked. That's right, the 400,000 troops that she had deployed at the beginning were in the direction of Bright Moon Valley. If the eldest princess's men didn't escape in the direction of Bright Moon Valley, it would be fine. As long as they fled in that direction, they would die even faster. There was no doubt that they were walking into a trap. Don't worry, Marshal. The 400,000 troops have been waiting in the direction of Bright Moon Valley for a long time. They are just waiting for their prey. A general behind her immediately replied. Chapter 958. Marshal, the Bright Moon Valley is just ahead. A general said to the marshal. All right, let the brothers hurry. The marshal finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the general's words. At this moment, although most of the troops were entangled, the marshal still led nearly 1.67 million soldiers to escape. Now, he couldn't wait to reach the Bright Moon Valley. In his opinion, as long as he reached the Bright Moon Valley, he would be able to protect the 1.67 million soldiers. He turned back and looked at the chaotic army that only cared about escaping. He couldn't help but shake his head. This newly recruited miscellaneous army couldn't be compared to a regular army. This was because he saw many soldiers throw away the weapons in their hands in order to escape. There were even some who threw away their armor in order to increase their escape speed. He finally understood what it meant to throw away one's armor. Seeing this scene, he was exasperated. One had to know that on the battlefield, weapons and armor were the guarantee of one's life. These soldiers actually threw away their weapons and armor in order to escape. If they were caught by the enemy, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Wait a minute. The marshal looked at the bright moon valley in front of him and suddenly said, "Marshal, what's wrong? The bright moon valley is right in front of us. Why did you stop? Marshal, what happened? Marshal, let's run quickly. Don't waste time. Otherwise, the enemy will catch up." Hearing the marshal's order, many generals urged in confusion. The marshal frowned and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Quiet down. If anyone makes any more noise, don't blame me for being merciless." The marshal's dissatisfied gaze was filled with murderous intent as he scanned everyone. Everyone quickly lowered their heads obediently. After all, how could they dare to provoke the marshal when he was angry? This bright moon valley is too quiet. Let a pair of spies go in and take a look. The marshal said warily as he looked at the bright moon valley in front of him. There shouldn't be an ambush, right? A general frowned and said, "You, go in and take a look." Unexpectedly, the marshal pointed at the general who spoke. "What? I?" The general was shocked and annoyed at himself for speaking out of turn. Seeing that the general was about to speak, the marshal grunted in dissatisfaction and looked at the general. "Yes." Seeing that the marshal was glaring at him, the general didn't dare to say another word and quickly agreed. Following which, the general led over 20 spies towards the bright moon valley. Whoosh tilde whoosh. Just as the general and the 20 or so spies were about to approach the bright moon valley, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next second, hundreds of arrows were shot out from the bright moon valley. Not good. When the general saw this scene, he was shocked. Looking at the power contained in the arrow and the speed of the arrow, it was clear that it was shot by a Demon King-level martial artist. The general placed one of the spies in front of him as he turned around and fled quickly. Not good, Marshal. There really is an ambush in Bright Moon Valley. The general hurriedly said to the marshal. "Can you see clearly how many people there are in Bright Moon Valley?" The marshal's face was gloomy as he looked at the general and asked. The general's face was also ugly, but he still shook his head. I didn't see clearly. Send more people to check." Hearing the general's words, the marshal gave another order. After all, he didn't know how many people were lying in ambush in Bright Moon Valley. He also didn't dare to lead the army and rashly advance. This was because if there were too many troops lying in ambush in Bright Moon Valley, if he led the army in rashly, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. But now, he had no way out. Moreover, he had to quickly pass through Bright Moon Valley. This was because if he delayed any longer, there might be pursuers behind him. At this moment, he was furious. He was depressed. How did Sun Shengxiang know that he would escape from Bright Moon Valley and even arrange an ambush in Bright Moon Valley? "You are leading 1,000 people for me this time. You must find out how many people there are in Bright Moon Valley." The marshal continued to point at the general. It's still me." Hearing the marshal's words, the general felt bitter. After all, he didn't know how many people there were in Bright Moon Valley. This job of investigating was definitely a job with a slim chance of survival. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret speaking out of turn previously. If he hadn't spoken out of turn, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Looking at the generals around him who were laughing at him, he was even more furious. Clang. "What? Are you going to disobey the military order?" The marshal couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly drew his weapon. One had to know that at this moment, he was also extremely anxious. After all, if the pursuers behind him caught up, he would be surrounded again. "Yes, General." Although he was extremely unwilling, the general could only grit his teeth and accept the order. He didn't doubt that if he disobeyed the marshal's order, the marshal would definitely kill him. "All of you, follow me." The general pointed at a group of soldiers and said. Then, more than 1,000 soldiers followed behind the general and set off for Bright Moon Valley. Prepare to defend. Just as they were about to reach Bright Moon Valley, the general saw the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but feel a little fearful. Hearing the general's words, the soldiers obeyed and placed their shields in front of them. These shields were naturally not ordinary shields. The defense of each of them naturally couldn't be underestimated. Continue forward. Seeing that all the soldiers had taken out their shields, the general heaved a sigh of relief and continued to give orders. More than 1,000 soldiers carefully advanced towards Bright Moon Valley. Whoosh, 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 all of a sudden, a large number of arrows were shot at the 1,000+ soldiers. Bang, 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 a series of metal clashing sounds were heard. The shields blocked most of the arrows, but 200 to 300 soldiers still died. But this was enough to make the general happy. The general couldn't help but be delighted. Then, he hurriedly ordered the remaining 600 to 700 soldiers, "Quick, continue forward." Although he ordered the soldiers to continue forward, the general cleverly hid at the back. Seeing that the soldiers were getting closer and closer to Bright Moon Valley, his heart was in his throat and he hurriedly followed. At this moment, even when the soldiers were in front of Bright Moon Valley, not a single arrow was shot. What's going on? Could it be that there are no more arrows? Seeing this scene, the general couldn't help but be suspicious. Then, he was delighted because if there were no more arrows, it meant that there weren't many soldiers lying in ambush in Bright Moon Valley. Chapter 959. Are we going in or not? When all the soldiers arrived in front of Bright Moon Valley, they all became nervous. None of them dared to continue forward and looked at the general with pleading eyes. After all, no one wanted to continue forward even though they knew there was danger. Continue forward. The general saw the pleading eyes of the crowd. He also knew that these soldiers did not want to enter Bright Moon Valley, but he did not want to enter Bright Moon Valley. However, he had to enter Bright Moon Valley because of the marshal's order. He had to find out how many soldiers were in Bright Moon Valley in the shortest time possible. Poochie. Seeing that the soldiers were still hesitating, the general stabbed his sword into the chest of one of the soldiers who was leaning behind. He knew that he had to make an example out of them so that these soldiers would listen to him obediently. This will be the outcome of anyone who hesitates and disobeys the order, the general said coldly. Ah. Seeing this scene, panic flashed across the eyes of the soldiers. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only brace themselves and continue forward. When all the soldiers stepped into the Bright Moon Valley, they were all stunned. They did not expect that there would be so many ambushing soldiers in Bright Moon Valley. Without even thinking, they turned to leave. Kill them. An order came from the Bright Moon Valley. Then, they saw that a large portion of the ambushing soldiers in Bright Moon Valley suddenly separated and surrounded the 600 to 700 soldiers. Quick, run. The 600 to 700 soldiers did not have the courage to resist at all. They turned to escape. However, how could the many ambushing soldiers in Bright Moon Valley give them a chance? In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the 600 to 700 soldiers. In a few breaths, the 600 to 700 soldiers were all dead. Prepare for battle. After wiping out 600 to 700 people, one of the legion commanders ordered. Then, the 400,000 soldiers immediately began to prepare for battle. The 600 to 700 soldiers were all killed. Only the general, after taking one look at the Bright Moon Valley, immediately turned around and left. How is it? Seeing the general return alone, the marshal immediately asked. Marshal, things are not good. Bright Moon Valley is full of people. There are at least 300 to 400,000 soldiers. The general quickly said. What? 300 to 400,000, why is there so much? Hearing the general's words, the marshal's expression changed. Ah, so many ambushes, what should we do? That's an ambush of 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers. How are we supposed to break through? Are you sure it's an ambush of 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers? Are you sure you're not mistaken? At this moment, all the generals had panicked looks on their faces as they spoke nervously. Kill. Just as the generals were panicking, the marshal was thinking about what to do. Suddenly, There was a loud battle cry coming from behind. Not good, Marshal. There are a large number of soldiers chasing after us. A scout hurriedly ran over and shouted in a panic. Damn it. Hearing the spy's words made the Marshal even angrier. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Marshal, what should we do now? All the generals looked at the Marshal nervously. The Marshal, on the other hand, was even more upset. The Bright Moon Valley in front of them was already easy to defend and difficult to attack, not to mention that there were 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers lying in ambush. Even if he led the army of 1.7 million soldiers, he would not be able to break through the Bright Moon Valley in a short time. And now, a large number of soldiers had caught up from behind. There were soldiers chasing from behind and soldiers blocking in front. This was simply another encirclement. Moreover, it was undoubtedly very difficult to advance or retreat at this moment. He was regretting it now. If he had known, he would not have acted smart and walked into the Bright Moon Valley. If he had not walked into the Bright Moon Valley, things would not have turned out this way. Forget it. Since things have come to this, we can only cut off all means of retreat. Pass down the order. Break into the Bright Moon Valley at all costs. Even if we have to break through, we must tear an opening for us. The Marshal had no choice but to give the order. The generals did not hesitate at all. After all, they also knew that the situation was critical. Then, the entire army immediately moved. Like a tide, they surged towards the Bright Moon Valley. This made the soldiers who had lost their equipment and weapons suffer. After all, they were bare-handed. Going up was simply courting death. However, the Marshal and the generals did not have the time to care about them. At this moment, they only wanted to break through the Bright Moon Valley before the enemy caught up. However, the entrance to the Bright Moon Valley was obviously limited. Only tens of thousands of people could enter at a time. It seemed like a large number. However, one had to think carefully. There were a total of 400,000 soldiers in the Bright Moon Valley. This time, only tens of thousands of soldiers could enter. How could it be enough for Sun Shangxiang's subordinates to kill? Moreover, the quality of these 400,000 soldiers was naturally not something that the first princess's soldiers could compare to. There were even many who did not have any weapons at all. They were completely destined to be slaughtered. Marshal, we can't go on like this. We can't break through at all. A general looked at the army that was blocking the entrance of the Bright Moon Valley and said anxiously. The Marshal also had a worried look on his face. When he heard the shouts behind him getting closer and closer, he became even more anxious. The other generals also looked at the Marshal anxiously, waiting for his attention. All of you, follow me. Let's tear an opening first. The Marshal thought for a moment. He now knew that if he wanted to rely on this group of soldiers to tear through the defense of the Bright Moon Valley, it would take an unknown amount of time. Therefore, he interrupted and personally went into battle. No matter what, he and the other generals were all demon supremacies. With their cultivation, it was naturally easy for them to attack the soldiers. Although this was a little embarrassing, there were still things more important than their lives. Therefore, he could only do this. He wanted to tear an opening for the army so that the army could break through the Bright Moon Valley. Yes. Hearing the Marshal's words, everyone knew that the Marshal was forced into a corner and they all agreed slowly. Follow me and attack. The Marshal directly released his cultivation aura. Powerful martial arts power instantly spread out in all directions. The Marshal took the lead and led the generals to charge towards the Bright Moon Valley. When the generals saw the Marshal doing this, they all did the same. They released their martial arts power and followed the Marshal to attack the Bright Moon Valley. Sensing the terrifying auras emitted by the Marshal and the other generals, the soldiers sensibly made way for them. In an instant, the Marshal led the generals and rushed to the Bright Moon Valley. Generals and commanders, follow my footsteps and kill. Looking at Sun Shangxiang's army, the Marshal roared. Chapter 960. Who are you? Hearing the source of the voice, the Marshal stopped abruptly. Looking at the person who spoke, she was dressed in silver armor, had long hair on her forehead, a delicate face, a bow on her back, and a soft sword on her waist. She looked valiant, but at this moment, she was looking at him playfully. Looking at the sudden appearance of this female general, the generals behind the marshal suddenly became nervous. Because as far as they knew, it seemed that under Yi Hao's command, Sun Shangxiang was the only female general. Although Sun Shangxiang did not emit the slightest aura at this moment, everyone was still nervously guessing Sun Shangxiang's identity. Haha, the dignified Marshal Zhong actually doesn't know the identity of this marshal. Sun Shangxiang looked at the marshal and couldn't help but laugh. This marshal? What? You are really Sun Shangxiang? Marshal Zhong couldn't help but exclaim directly. Looking at Sun Shangxiang, Marshal Zhong involuntarily took half a step back. She is Sun Shangxiang. Why is she here? If she is here, then aren't we dead? All the generals looked at Sun Shangxiang, and their faces suddenly turned pale, and they all looked at Sun Shangxiang in fear. Marshal Zhong, what do you think of the scenery of the Bright Moon Valley? Sun Shangxiang looked around the Bright Moon Valley, and then asked Marshal Zhong with a smile. What do you mean? Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, Marshal Zhong looked at Sun Shangxiang nervously. Marshal Zhong had never thought that one day he would be so nervous in front of a woman. One had to know that he had never been so nervous in front of the first princess. But he couldn't not be nervous. After all, this was a woman that even 2 10th order demon emperors couldn't kill. He was just a demon venerable. What was he? Since Marshal Zhong is in a hurry to enter the Bright Moon Valley, wouldn't it be better to be buried here in the future? Sun Shangxiang said with a smile. Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, Marshal Zhong couldn't help but tremble. How could he not understand that Sun Shangxiang wanted to kill him? At this moment, Marshal Zhong's heart was filled with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan. After all, he was no match for Sun Shangxiang. And now, it was even more impossible for him to escape. Because if he could escape from Sun Shangxiang, then Sun Shangxiang would really be nothing more than this. Can you let me go? Marshal Zhong gritted his teeth and finally opened his mouth dejectedly. Upon hearing Marshal Zhong's words, his subordinates were all shocked. Clearly, they had not expected Marshal Zhong to say such a thing. However, not a single one of them said anything. After all, they also wanted to live. Marshal Zhong, are you joking? Sun Shangxiang looked at Marshal Zhong with a smile. In his heart, he was already full of contempt for Marshal Zhong. At the same time, he didn't expect Marshal Zhong to be so spineless that he would beg for mercy and surrender so easily. Sun Shangxiang really couldn't understand how the first princess was assured to let such a person be the commander-in-chief of 5 million troops. With such a commander-in-chief, it would be difficult for the first princess's forces not to be destroyed. Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but think that if the first princess knew that Marshal Zhong was so spineless that he would beg for mercy, would she vomit blood in anger? Since Marshal Zhong had said this, he had completely thrown caution to the wind and no longer had any scruples. He said, as long as Marshal Sun spares my life, I am willing to lead all my soldiers to surrender. Hearing Marshal Zhong's words, Sun Shangxiang deliberately showed a difficult expression. Seeing Sun Shangxiang's appearance, Marshal Zhong's heart tightened, and at the same time, he was furious. He hadn't expected that Sun Shangxiang would actually look so reluctant when he had taken the initiative to surrender. Marshal Zhong's subordinates were all watching Sun Shangxiang nervously. Although surrendering was a disgrace to soldiers, they still wanted to live. After all, if the marshal had already acted this way, what else could they persevere for? Therefore, their lives were completely in Sun Shangxiang's hands at the moment. If Sun Shangxiang agreed to their surrender, they would have a chance to live. However, if Sun Shangxiang didn't even give them a chance to surrender, then they wouldn't even have a chance to live. Alright, since you all want to surrender, I'm sorry. Sun Shangxiang suddenly moved and walked over to Marshal Zhong and the other generals. Marshal Zhong and the others had ugly expressions on their faces at the moment. Sun Shangxiang's actions just now had sealed their cultivation bases. In other words, apart from their strong physical defenses, they couldn't use any martial power at all. They were no different from ordinary people. Come on, take away the weapons of Marshal Zhong and the other generals. Upon hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, A group of soldiers immediately took away all the weapons of Marshal Zhong and the others. Marshal Zhong, what happens next depends on your performance. Make your people surrender obediently and stop making useless resistance. After sealing the cultivation bases of Marshal Zhong and the others, Sun Shangxiang used spiritual power and took away their weapons. Marshal Zhong was no longer in any danger at the moment, so Sun Shangxiang continued to speak. Yes. At the moment, Marshal Zhong was dejected, but there was no other way. In order to live, he could only agree to Sun Shangxiang. All soldiers, listen to my orders, don't make any useless resistance. Put down your weapons and surrender, Marshal Zhong said. Upon hearing Marshal Zhong's words, the soldiers put down their weapons one after another. After all, these weren't regular soldiers. They were soldiers that the eldest princess had recruited not long ago. When they were surrounded, they were already scared out of their wits. If it weren't for the fear of being punished, they would have surrendered long ago. Now that they had finally received Marshal Zhong's order, the speed at which they threw down their weapons was indescribably fast. It was as if each of them was afraid that if they threw down their weapons, they would lose their lives. Looking at the soldiers who threw down their weapons one after another, Sun Shangxiang summoned a spy and said, "Go and report to the Lord that our army has captured a large number of enemy soldiers. Ask the Lord what to do." If these were only a small number of captives, Sun Shangxiang could deal with them herself. However, these were 1 or 2 million captives. She suddenly didn't know what to do. Therefore, Sun Shangxiang thought of leaving this problem to Yi Hao to deal with. In the end, it was completely up to Yi Hao to kill or keep them alive. "Yes, sir." Upon hearing Sun Shangxiang's order, the spy immediately turned and left. "Watch these captives for me. All of you, come with me." Looking at the captives who had surrendered, Sun Shangxiang's heart was still not at ease. At this moment, she began to worry about the situation on Song Xiaotian's side. After all, the number of people on Song Xiaotian's side was a little inferior to the enemy's. Chapter 961. Everyone, attack! Song Xiaotian ordered and the entire army moved out instantly. Song Xiaotian had already received news that Sun Shangxiang's army was chasing after Marshal Zhong's army. Song Xiaotian had not launched an attack for so long. This was because he had expected that the second princess's army would definitely send troops to rescue the eldest princess's army when they found out that something had happened to them. Therefore, Song Xiaotian had taken a risk and arranged for his 600,000 troops to ambush the second princess's army on the way to the eldest princess's army. Fortunately, as he had expected, the second princess's army had really done so. At this moment, the second princess's army had already entered his encirclement. However, his encirclement looked extremely strange. This was because the number of people they had surrounded was more than double the number of people they had surrounded. Therefore, it looked somewhat comical. However, Song Xiaotian was not afraid at all. After all, this was a regular army. If this army, which had been recruited at 0 hours, couldn't even take on 2 or 3 people at once, it would be a waste of effort. The training these soldiers had received every day would be in vain. Song Xiaotian's 600,000 troops also knew that they were outnumbered. However, they had been doing logistical work and accepting the cities that Sun Shangxiang's army had conquered. They had long been envious of other people's achievements on the battlefield. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. This was an excellent opportunity for them to perform. How could they let it go to waste? Therefore, at this moment, the many soldiers were like tigers that had seen their prey and pounced towards the second princess's army. What's going on? The soldiers of the second princess's army were also stunned by the sudden appearance of the soldiers. "Pay attention to your defenses," Marshal Shi shouted hurriedly. However, most of the soldiers were new recruits. Many of them were scared silly by this scene. Therefore, there were very few people who would listen to Marshal Shi. In an instant, many of them had already started to panic before Song Xiaotian's army could reach them. Many of them even started to trample on each other. Many of them even injured their own comrades by mistake. A bunch of trash. "Stay calm for this, Marshal," Seeing the panicked appearance of all the soldiers, Marshal Shi angrily shouted, "Marshal, these people don't seem to be Sun Shangxiang's men." One of the generals looked at the incoming army and quickly said, "Look at their flags, they seem to be Song Xiaotian's men, but why did that Song Xiaotian suddenly attack me? Isn't that Song Xiaotian specialized in taking over cities?" All the generals were discussing among themselves. Song Xiaotian's men? According to the news, Song Xiaotian only has a total of 1 million soldiers. Song Xiaotian has taken over so many cities, which means that he doesn't have that many soldiers besieging us this time. Hearing the discussion of the generals, Marshal Shi's eyes lit up. "Quick, organize the soldiers to counterattack." Thinking of this, Marshal Shi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly ordered, "Yes." Hearing Marshal Shi's words, the generals slowly recovered from their panic. Under the command of the generals, Marshal Shi's army also slowly recovered from their panic. When Marshal Shi's soldiers realized that Song Xiaotian's soldiers did not have as many soldiers as theirs, their fighting spirit gradually rose. Although Song Xiaotian's soldiers attacked fiercely and moved quickly, Marshal Shi could not match up to them. However, they were no match for Marshal Shi's soldiers. For a moment, the two armies were in a stalemate. When Marshal Shi saw this, he let out a sigh of relief. This was because both sides were evenly matched. However, he had more soldiers on his side. As long as he persevered, Song Xiaotian's soldiers would exhaust their energy faster than his. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as he persevered, victory would be his. However, Marshal Shi could not help but sigh in his heart. This was the difference between a regular army and soldiers recruited from scratch. Song Xiaotian's 600,000 soldiers were actually evenly matched with his 1,500,000 soldiers. If the quality of his soldiers was the same as Song Xiaotian's soldiers, he would definitely be able to eliminate Song Xiaotian in an instant. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the second princess had just ascended to the throne. It was not easy for her to recruit so many soldiers in such a short period of time. On top of that, Yi Hao's army arrived so quickly that they did not even have a chance to train. Therefore, the quality of the 1,500,000 soldiers was not to be underestimated. "Marshal, as long as we persevere, it won't take long for our advantage to be revealed." "That's right. Although our quality is not as good as theirs, when it comes to physical strength, how can one of them match up to 2 or 3 of us? As long as we destroy Song Xiaotian's army, we will be famous. Moreover, as long as we go through this war, I believe the quality of our soldiers will increase by a lot." Marshal Shi's generals smiled when they saw that the soldiers on the battlefield were evenly matched with Song Xiaotian's soldiers. When Marshal Shi heard the words of his generals, he was in a good mood and a smile gradually appeared on his face. On the other hand, Song Xiaotian had a serious look on his face. The generals around Song Xiaotian looked at Song Xiaotian anxiously. "Marshal, we can't go on like this. If this goes on, we will be at a disadvantage. Marshal, it's about time. Let the soldiers retreat." Many of the generals tried to persuade Song Xiaotian. When Song Xiaotian heard the general's words, he looked at the two armies fighting and frowned. This was because his soldiers had the upper hand against Marshal Shi's soldiers at the beginning. However, they were now evenly matched with Marshal Shi's soldiers. Moreover, Marshal Shi had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Obviously, he had underestimated Marshal Shi's 1,500,000 soldiers. These 1,500,000 soldiers relied on their numbers to make up for their lack of strength. If this stalemate continued, Marshal Shi's men might be able to turn the tables. "No, we have to hold on for a little longer," Song Xiaotian suddenly said. He thought of Sun Shangxiang. If he could hold Marshal Shi back for a little longer, he could buy more time for Sun Shangxiang. After all, if he retreated, he would be able to protect himself. However, if he allowed these 1,500,000 soldiers to join forces with Marshal Zhong's 2,500,000 soldiers, it would put a lot of pressure on Sun Shangxiang. Chapter 962. Kill. The generals heard Song Xiaotian's determined tone and stopped trying to persuade him. They waved the weapons in their hands and attacked Marshal She's men. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. The ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. However, on the battlefield, the battle cries were deafening. Although Marshal She's men had lost more men than Song Xiaotian's men, they still had the upper hand. However, they did rely on their advantage in numbers to gradually gain the upper hand. If nothing went wrong, it wouldn't be long before Marshal She's men gained the upper hand. Song Xiaotian looked at the scene and frowned. He kept thinking of a countermeasure. Marshal, we can't go on like this. If this goes on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. That's right. Marshal, the physical strength of our brothers is obviously declining. Marshal, we can still make it if we retreat now. The generals were all covered in blood. It was obvious that they had been through a lot of killing. They all spoke to Song Xiaotian. Hold on a little longer, Song Xiaotian said in a low voice. Marshal, I think the battle on Marshal Sun's side has ended. Why don't we send someone to check it out? If the battle on Marshal Sun's side has ended, we will lose more than we gain if we continue to hold on, the generals all suggested. All right, you go and check it out. Song Xiaotian agreed after hearing the general's suggestions. He then ordered one of the generals. Yes, Marshal. The general quickly turned and left after receiving Song Xiaotian's order. Haha, Marshal, if this goes on, we will have the upper hand. As long as we have the upper hand, Song Xiaotian's men will be at our mercy. This Song Xiaotian is really an idiot. He sent his 600,000 soldiers to their deaths for nothing. As long as we annihilate his 600,000 men, we will have made a great contribution. The generals around Grand Marshal She exclaimed excitedly. It was as if they had seen the hope of victory. All of them had smiles on their faces. Marshal She suddenly said, just in case, go and tell the soldiers to hold the enemy back. Don't let any of them go. Marshal She had also thought about it. If Song Xiaotian suddenly ordered the entire army to retreat, it would be troublesome. This was a military merit placed in front of him. How could he bear to let it go? Don't worry, Marshal. None of these bastards will escape today. Ha ha ha, said one of the generals confidently. Immediately after, the crowd burst into laughter. It could be seen that everyone's mood had become much better. Don't just stand there. Kill these bastards for me, Marshal She said to the generals. Hearing Grand Marshal She's words, all the generals charged out. When Marshal She saw this, the smile on his face widened. It was as if he could already see Song Xiaotian's men being wiped out. Then, Great General She quickly scanned the area and looked for Song Xiaotian's commander flag. Capture the ringleader first. Soon, Marshal She saw Song Xiaotian's flag. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me and kill the enemy commander." Yes. Hearing Marshal She's words, the generals under his command were all excited. Marshal, the enemy commander has brought his men over. Seeing Marshal She and his men moving quickly, one of the generals quickly reported to Song Xiaotian. Me. Great. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Song Xiaotian snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was itching to fight. Follow me and fight. Song Xiaotian shouted to the generals under his command. Yes. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, the generals under his command were ready for battle. Marshal Song, do you dare to fight with me? Marshal She looked at Song Xiaotian and asked loudly. Why wouldn't I dare? Song Xiaotian replied fearlessly. All right then. Let me have a taste of your true strength. Grand Marshal She's aura burst out from his body as soon as he finished speaking. His 10th order Archdevil Venerable Cultivation was fully revealed. Marshal She held a pair of giant hammers with both hands and unleashed a powerful force towards Song Xiaotian. Song Xiaotian reacted quickly. A purple spear appeared in his hand and shot out like a purple dragon towards Marshal She. Bang! In the next second, the two of them collided with each other and both of them took a few steps back. However, in the next second, the two of them collided with each other again. He saw that the two marshals were already engaged in a battle. Naturally, the generals on both sides could not side with each other and they started fighting with each other. At this moment, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle. Marshal Song, you're quite strong. Marshal Shi forced Song Xiaotian to retreat and said with a smile. You're not bad either. Song Xiaotian replied to Marshal Shi's words. I really want to be friends with you. Marshal Shi suddenly said. People who walk different paths cannot work together. Since we're on different sides, we're destined to be enemies. Song Xiaotian replied coldly after hearing Marshal Shi's words. Is that so? Marshal Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister light. Suddenly, a silver light appeared on Marshal Shi's sleeves. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, a large number of silver needles flew out from Marshal Shi's sleeves just as Song Xiaotian charged towards him. The sharp silver needles shot toward Song Xiaotian in an overwhelming manner. You're so cunning. Song Xiaotian frowned at the sight of the silver needles and quickly dodged to the side. However, Marshal Shi was not in a hurry at all. A smile appeared on his face, as if he had succeeded in his scheme. Marshal Shi's two giant hammers collided with each other. This inexplicable action puzzled many of the onlookers. Even Song Xiaotian was puzzled. However, he did not have the time to think about it as he was desperately trying to dodge the silver needles. Phew! Song Xiaotian took a deep breath after dodging the silver needles with great difficulty. However, at this moment, there was some white powder in the air. Song Xiaotian did not react in time and inhaled a lot of it. Song Xiaotian quickly held his breath and looked at Marshal Shi. Marshal Shi laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! You've been fooled. Marshal Shi's silver needles were only used to attract Song Xiaotian's attention. The white powder was Marshal Shi's real killer move. Two dark grooves appeared on both of Marshal Shi's giant hammers. Needless to say, the white powder came from these dark grooves. The reason why Marshal Shi did that strange action just now was to open the dark grooves. You! Despicable! Song Xiaotian wanted to attack, but he realized that the strength in his body was dissipating. Beads of sweat appeared on Song Xiaotian's forehead as he looked at Song Xiaotian furiously. Chapter 963. Now you can go and die. Marshal Shi looked at Song Xiaotian proudly. As long as he killed Song Xiaotian's army would be leaderless and chaos would ensue. That would be his chance to destroy Song Xiaotian's army. Hurry up and save the marshal. Song Xiaotian's subordinates shouted anxiously when they saw that Song Xiaotian had fallen into their trap. Stop them for me. Marshal Shi ordered when he saw that Song Xiaotian's subordinates were about to charge at him. The generals under Marshal Shi's command quickly stopped Song Xiaotian's subordinates when they heard Marshal Shi's command. You don't have to worry about me. Retreat with your army. Song Xiaotian knew that he was doomed. He could not use any martial arts power at the moment and was as good as a cripple. Now that he was in the hands of Marshal Shi, he was at the mercy of Marshal Shi. It did not matter if he died. What he was worried about was that if he died, it would affect the army. At that time, the three armies would definitely be defeated like a landslide. Thus, rather than doing that, it would be better to have those soldiers leave quickly. You want to retreat? Don't even think about escaping today. Marshal Shi shouted coldly when he heard Song Xiaotian's words. Is that so? How arrogant. Just as Marshal Shi's voice fell, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Song Xiaotian's eyes lit up. His heart was at ease, and a smile appeared on his face. Song Xiaotian's subordinates also heaved a sigh of relief. Who is it? Hearing this voice, Marshal Shi frowned and looked at the person who had come. Sun Shangxiang moved quickly to Song Xiaotian's side and looked at him with concern. Marshal Song, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Marshal Sunday. I am fine. Song Xiaotian said slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Sun Shangxiang was relieved when she saw that Song Xiaotian was fine. Marshal Sun. You are Sun Shangxiang? Marshal Shi's expression changed when he heard Song Xiaotian address Sun Shangxiang. He could not help but take half a step back. What? She is Sun Shangxiang? Is this for real? Since the marshal said so, it seems to be true. Then what should we do? Naturally, The generals under Marshal Shi's command had all heard of Sun Shangxiang's name. When they heard Sun Shangxiang's name and looked at Sun Shangxiang, they all took a few steps back in fear. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. "That's me. Do you have any objections?" Sun Shangxiang looked at Marshal Shi. "It's really you." Although he had guessed Sun Shangxiang's identity, he was still shocked when he heard Sun Shangxiang admit it. "Men, kill her for me." Who would have thought that Marshal Shi would suddenly shout out loud? Marshal Shi knew that he was no match for Sun Shangxiang. If he were to fight with Sun Shangxiang, he would definitely die. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he had to stay away from Sun Shangxiang. He could only do this using the soldiers to consume Sun Shangxiang's strength, at the same time, using the lives of the soldiers to save his own life. Kill. When the group of soldiers heard Marshal Shi's words, they all surrounded Sun Shangxiang and attacked her. How despicable. Seeing that Marshal Shi had sacrificed soldiers to protect himself, Song Xiaotian looked down on Marshal Shi. After all, to block Sun Shangxiang, how many soldiers would it take to kill Sun Shangxiang? However, Marshal Shi looked indifferent and even had a smug look on his face. "Men, stop this group of trash. Don't let them get close to Marshal Sunday." Song Xiaotian was worried that these soldiers would dirty Sun Shangxiang's hands, so he spoke directly. "It's fine." Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, Sun Shangxiang waved his hand. "A group of trash who don't know what's good for them. If they want to die, this marshal will fulfill their wish," Sun Shangxiang said disdainfully. Sun Shangxiang's aura was like a rainbow as spiritual energy constantly burst out. "Die." Looking at the soldiers charging at him, Sun Shangxiang's flexible sword was surrounded by spiritual energy. "Kill." Although Sun Shangxiang used spiritual energy, many soldiers relied on their numbers and were not afraid of Sun Shangxiang at all. They surrounded Sun Shangxiang. But in the next second, they were completely dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the power they used was completely defeated in front of Sun Shangxiang. Moreover, Sun Shangxiang's sword energy was constantly tearing their bodies apart. In just a breath, dozens of people died. Those dozens of people simply did not understand what was going on and lost consciousness. This scene completely scared many people silly. Those soldiers who were slightly behind all had shocked expressions on their faces at this moment and retreated backward. "That's spiritual energy." Marshal Shi was very knowledgeable. Although he had not seen spiritual energy before, he could recognize it based on the description. Thinking of this, Marshal Shi understood why two 10th Order Demon Emperors were no match for Sun Shangxiang and why Sun Shangxiang could still come back alive. What a joke! The difference between a spiritual cultivator and a demon emperor was like heaven and earth. Two 10th Order Demon Emperors died in the hands of a spiritual cultivator like Sun Shangxiang. In the next second, the expression on Marshal Shi's face turned into one of utter defeat. After all, even 10th Order Demon Emperors were no match for Sun Shangxiang. How could he, a 10th Order Demon Venerable, be a match for Sun Shangxiang? "All of you, go. Hurry up and attack." After knowing Sun Shangxiang's strength, Marshal Shi was even more afraid. He immediately shouted at the soldiers in a panic. When the soldiers saw Sun Shangxiang's strength, they were filled with fear towards Sun Shangxiang. "Kill." However, the soldiers had no other choice. When they heard Marshal Shi's order, they could only grit their teeth and charge towards Sun Shangxiang. "You're still as reckless as ever." Seeing so many soldiers charging towards him, Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but shake his head. He attacked the soldiers again. With Sun Shangxiang's strength, killing these soldiers was naturally as easy as killing ants. The soldiers who were killed fell in droves. In front of Sun Shangxiang, they did not have the strength to fight back at all. They were simply courting death. Hiss. He's really strong. Even Song Xiaotian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw Sun Shangxiang's strength. The way he looked at Sun Shangxiang was filled with respect and admiration. Obviously, Song Xiaotian also hoped that he could have Sun Shangxiang's strength. "Not good, we can't stay here for long." Marshal Shi was shocked when he saw this scene. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Without any hesitation, Marshal Shi turned around and tried to escape. Marshal Shi is trying to escape. Stop him. Song Xiaotian saw Marshal Shi's actions and hurriedly shouted. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, the soldiers under his command moved to stop Marshal Shi. Chapter 964. You want to escape? Can you? Looking at Marshal Shi's fleeing back, Sun Shangxiang fiercely slashed out with her sword. The powerful slash tore a hole in the air. Sun Shangxiang's figure moved quickly towards Marshal Shi. Quick, stop her. Behind him, Sun Shangxiang was chasing after him at high speed. Marshal Shi became even more flustered as he hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. His speed was only at the peak of the Demon Lord level. How could he compare to Sun Shangxiang, who was at the first level of the Atman body realm? In the blink of an eye, Sun Shangxiang was in front of Marshal Shi. I'm going to kill you. Marshal Shi looked at Sun Shangxiang in front of him and roared. He used all his strength to attack Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang snorted and slashed out with his sword. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Marshal Shi's two giant hammers were cut in half by Sun Shangxiang as if they were thin paper. Ah! Marshal Shi turned pale with fright. He finally understood the difference between him and Sun Shangxiang. He didn't even have the right to fight with his life on the line. Marshal Shi's face turned pale. He wanted to run away, but the fear in his heart made it impossible for him to move his legs. She's too strong. How did she do it? To think that Marshal Shi's weapon was broken so easily. This woman's strength is indeed terrifying. She is indeed the person that the Lord thinks highly of. Her strength is indeed impressive. It's over, it's over. How are we going to fight her if she's so strong? He dared to use a hidden weapon on Marshal Song just now. Let's see what he can do now. When the generals from both sides saw that Sun Shangxiang had broken Great General Shi's weapon so easily, they were all shocked and started discussing amongst themselves. Die. Sun Shangxiang looked at Marshal Shi and said softly. No, Marshal Shi screamed in despair when he heard Sun Shangxiang's words. However, his shout did not stop Sun Shangxiang's flexible sword from piercing his throat. Marshal Shi's eyes widened as he clutched his throat unwillingly. However, he was unable to suppress the blood gushing out of his throat. Plop! In the next second, Marshal Shi's body fell to the ground. Kill him. After killing Marshal Shi, Sun Shangxiang roared. Kill. Sun Shangxiang's words ignited the emotions of all the Song Xiaotian army soldiers. Their fighting spirit boiled as they charged towards the soldiers of General Shi's army. On the other hand, the people of Marshal Shi's army panicked when they saw that Marshal Shi was killed. It's over. It's over. The Marshal is dead. Brothers, run. The Marshal has been killed. The Marshal is dead. We're finished. The soldiers of Marshal Shi's army shouted in panic. Panic immediately spread through Marshal Shi's army like a plague. The emotions of countless soldiers fell to the bottom as they began to flee in panic. This caused Marshal Shi's army to lose the advantage that they had slowly gained at the beginning. When the soldiers of the Song Xiaotian army saw this, how could they not kill the drowning dogs? Marshal Shi's death instantly caused his army of more than 1 million to crumble into pieces. The generals began to protect themselves out of fear of Sun Shangxiang. They wished that they would not attract Sun Shangxiang's attention. None of them dared to care about the lives of their soldiers. Kill. Didn't these bastards rely on their numbers? Why aren't they so arrogant now? If you're so capable, show us how arrogant you are now. Haha, this killing is so satisfying. The soldiers of the Song Xiaotian army had just fallen into a disadvantageous position and were holding their breaths. At this moment, they were fighting excitedly as they shouted excitedly to release the anger in their hearts. Kill. Just as Marshal Shi's soldiers began to flee, a large number of soldiers surged in from all directions. These soldiers were carrying the flag with the word Sun on it. These soldiers were naturally brought by Sun Shangxiang. There were 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers. With the addition of these 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers, the war had turned into an overwhelming massacre. The soldiers of Marshal Shi's army were now even more powerless to fight. Thank you, Marshal Sun. At this moment, Song Xiaotian thanked Sun Shangxiang from the bottom of her heart. Sun Shangxiang bent down and took Marshal Shi's space ring. After a while, he took out an elixir. Marshal Song, you're welcome. Sun Shangxiang handed the elixir to Song Xiaotian. Actually, Sun Shangxiang's purpose was to let Song Xiaotian hold back Marshal Shi's army. Only in this way could she wholeheartedly deal with Marshal Zhong's army. To be honest, when she saw that Marshal Shi's army was working so hard to hold back Marshal Shi's army, she felt a little grateful. Song Xiaotian took the elixir and quickly swallowed it. Then, the strange feeling in her body gradually disappeared. Marshal's son, have you dealt with your side? Song Xiaotian asked Sun Shangxiang with a sigh of relief when she felt that the strength in her body was recovering. Sun Shangxiang nodded. I've killed a portion of the 2.5 million soldiers. The rest have surrendered. Hiss. Song Xiaotian and his subordinates could not help but gasp when they heard Sun Shangxiang's words. Although Sun Shangxiang had a lot of men under his command, Sun Shangxiang had been able to deal with 2.5 million soldiers in such a short period of time. This really shocked Song Xiaotian. He could not help but sigh. No wonder he was Yi Hao's subordinate. This was because he also knew that Sun Shangxiang was Yi Hao's original subordinate. He was not like them who had joined him halfway. I'm impressed. Song Xiaotian looked at Sun Shangxiang and said sincerely, can you stop killing me? I want to surrender. I'm not a soldier. They're the ones who are fighting me. Can you let me go? I have parents and children to take care of. Please spare me. We don't want to be rebels. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with people begging for mercy. The begging became louder and louder. Many of Marshal Shi's soldiers threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Song Xiaotian could not help but look at Sun Shangxiang. Most of these people are citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom. Many of them were coerced. They are pitiful people. Marshal Song, please take them captive first. I've already sent someone to report this to the Lord. I believe that the Lord will make the decision, Sun Shangxiang said when he saw Song Xiaotian's questioning gaze. Song Xiaotian nodded when he heard Sun Shangxiang's words. After all, he was also a citizen of the Tianyuan kingdom. When he heard these people begging for mercy, his heart softened. He immediately said, listen to the rebels. Those who surrender now can be spared. Chapter 965. The general sent by Sun Shangxiang knelt in front of Yi Hao and said respectfully, My lord, I have something to report. Sun Shangxiang asked you to come back because of the captives. Yi Hao glanced at the general and said from his chair. The general was surprised when he heard Yi Hao's words. After all, Sun Shangxiang had just captured those soldiers, and he had rushed over as fast as he could. He didn't understand how Yi Hao knew about this. How did you know? The general was shocked but still asked curiously. Seeing the general's expression, Yi Hao knew that he had guessed correctly. Yi Hao couldn't say that he guessed, you don't need to know. Yes, your subordinate spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, my lord. The general's heart froze and he hurriedly said, afraid that he would anger Yi Hao. Actually, it wasn't difficult for Yi Hao to guess. After all, Yi Hao knew that Marshal Zhong's army was no match for Sun Shangxiang's army. They couldn't even defeat Sun Shangxiang. Yi Hao didn't believe that these new recruits would have the spirit to sacrifice their lives for the country and risk their lives for the first princess. Therefore, there would be a large number of soldiers surrendering. For Sun Shangxiang to send people back at this time, it was naturally because of this matter. Although Yi Hao was just guessing, the general didn't know. He thought that Yi Hao had some tricks up his sleeve and knew his goal. He couldn't help but be shocked. He was full of admiration for Yi Hao and the respect in his eyes deepened. Tell Sun Shangxiang to keep the captives who are suitable to be soldiers and those who are willing to be soldiers. Those who aren't should go back to where they came from. Give them some money for their journey home. Yi Hao had already thought about the arrangements for these captives long ago. Thus, he directly spoke to them. After all, these captives were all citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom and hadn't done anything bad. They probably joined the army because they were threatened and forced by the eldest princess. Moreover, there were so many captives that it was impossible to kill them all. As for the solution he came up with, it was naturally the best of both worlds. This way, he could directly deal with these captives and increase the number of his soldiers. But Yi Hao was not like the eldest and second princesses, who accepted all kinds of people. Most importantly, it would depend on whether or not those soldiers were willing to join the army. If one did not join the army willingly, there was no point in staying in the army. If that was the case, he might as well let them go home. This humble one will go back and report to Marshal Sun. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the general hurriedly replied respectfully. By the way, tell Sun Shangxiang to attack Tianyuan Kingdom directly after we're done with the captives. Don't stop there. Before the general left, Yi Hao continued. Yi Hao didn't want to waste any time, nor did he want to give the eldest princess any time to react. He didn't want the eldest princess to cause trouble again. Now that the second princess had joined forces with the Black Sword sect, he would definitely be affected. Therefore, Yi Hao had not been idle these days. Instead, he had been thinking about how to deal with the Black Sword sect. Because according to his investigation, the Black Sword sect was very strong. After all, they had spiritualists. And if it was a low-level spiritualist, Yi Hao could still deal with it. But if it was a high-level spiritualist, to be honest, Yi Hao was not confident. After all, he only had 5 spiritualists under his command. They were Sun Shangxiang, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Ran Minute, and Huang Zhong. And the key was that the strength of these 5 people were all at the first level of the Atman body realm. Although with their talent, they could fight against those of a higher level without a problem. But if the opponent was too strong, it was obvious that these people were not enough. Yi Hao could only hope that if he ascended to the throne in the ancient demon realm, the system would give him some rewards. If the system gave him some rewards, he might be able to solve the problem in front of him. But he couldn't completely place all his hopes on this. Looks like I'll have to hunt down some experts or magical beasts to get some good stuff, Yi Hao thought to himself. But at this moment, he couldn't leave the 3 armies in charge for the time being. Looks like I have to return to the Tianyuan Kingdom first. Yi Hao had already set a goal for himself. First, he would return to the Tianyuan Kingdom, take back the Tianyuan Imperial City, and then ascend to the throne. Then, he would increase his strength and destroy the second princess's forces and the Black Sword sect. Then, he would look for a way to deal with the Earth Fiend Black Chi. After all, so much time had passed. If he didn't look for a way to deal with the Earth Fiend Black Chi, Yi Hao was worried that the Purple Sky Divine Emperor might have a problem. And the reason why he hadn't looked for it for so long was not because he had forgotten about this matter. It was because his strength had never been enough. After all, although Yi Hao didn't know much about the Black Fiend sect, the recently gathered information told him that the Black Fiend sect's strength was not weaker than the Black Sword sect. Moreover, Yi Hao discovered that the Black Sword sect seemed to have a trace of connection with the Black Fiend sect. It seemed that the Black Sword sect was a subsidiary force of the Black Fiend sect. Although this was not confirmed, Yi Hao felt that it should be possible. However, given his current strength, he still couldn't deal with the Black Fiend sect. After all, he had to be careful if he wanted to deal with the Black Sword sect. He might not even be a match for them. Moreover, the Black Fiend sect was even more powerful than the Black Sword sect. Therefore, finding a way to deal with the Earth Fiend Black Chi wasn't something that could be done in a hurry. He still had to do it step by step. The general who had returned from Yi Hao's side immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Sun Shangxiang and Song Xiaotian. "Greetings, Marshal Song." Sun Shangxiang nodded and said, "Rise." "What did the Lord say?" "The Lord said that we can choose some captives who are suitable to be soldiers and integrate them into our troops. Of course, those who are unwilling to join the army will be released and given some travel expenses," the general quickly said. "I didn't expect the Lord to be so benevolent. He actually let these rebels go." Song Xiaotian immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the general's words. He was still worried that Yi Hao would be too cruel and merciless. He would really not let these captives go and would kill them quickly. However, He never expected that Yi Hao would actually give these captives two choices. Marshal Zhu, you heard it too. I should go and deal with the captives first. You can deal with your captives first. I'll take my leave now, Sun Shangxiang said to Song Xiaotian after he finished listening to the general's report and turned to leave. I won't be seeing you off, Marshal Sunday. Take care. Song Xiaotian didn't stop Sun Shangxiang from leaving. After all, Sun Shangxiang's side had captured far more captives than his side. Millimeter. Sun Shangxiang nodded and turned to leave. The soldiers under Sun Shangxiang's command immediately followed him. Chapter 966. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Sun Shangxiang's words, the generals immediately agreed. Sun Shangxiang also knew that if Song Xiaotian were to rely on his own army to subdue these 1 million captives, it would be a lot more troublesome. That was why she temporarily lent the soldiers she brought with her to Song Xiaotian. Thank you, Marshal Sun. Song Xiaotian didn't refuse and directly said. This was because he knew his own strength. If he were to rely on his own people to subdue these 1 million captives, it would obviously be extremely difficult. Therefore, he didn't refuse. After Sun Shangxiang left, Song Xiaotian looked at the captives and shouted, "Rebel army, my lord is virtuous and will spare your lives. Why don't you kneel down and thank him? We thank you for your kindness. Thank you for sparing our lives." All the captives immediately knelt down and shouted. Every one of them had a look of gratitude on their faces. This was obviously a rebellion. Rebellion was a serious crime that was punishable by death. It could even result in 9 familial exterminations. Now that Yi Hao had actually spared them, how could they not be agitated? Many of them were so agitated that they started crying bitterly. You are also citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom. Why don't you serve the kingdom and make meritorious contributions to bring honor to your ancestors instead of becoming a rebel army? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your ancestors? Song Xiaotian looked at the captives and shouted coldly. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, countless people lowered their heads in shame. My lord is the 3rd prince consort of the Tianyuan kingdom and is highly regarded by his majesty. Not long ago, he led an army to destroy the Duan kingdom. Now is the time for the Tianyuan kingdom to rise and soar. Song Xiaotian continued. What? The 3rd prince consort destroyed the Duan kingdom? The Duan kingdom is so powerful. How could the 3rd prince consort destroy the Tianyuan kingdom? Is this true? If it's true, then the prince consort is too terrifying. All the captives raised their heads in shock and looked at Song Xiaotian in disbelief. One had to know that the captives present were all citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom. They naturally knew how powerful the Duan kingdom was. This was because the Tianyuan kingdom had always been bullied by the Duan kingdom. Every time the Tianyuan kingdom was bullied by the Duan kingdom, the ones who suffered the most were naturally their citizens. However, when they heard that the mighty Broken Kingdom had actually been annihilated by Yi Hao, their first reaction was naturally shock. After the initial shock, everyone was a little skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Song Xiaotian could not help but ask with a smile when he saw everyone's suspicious eyes. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, everyone started to believe Song Xiaotian's words. Some of them even looked excited. Ha ha ha, God bless my Tianyuan kingdom. My Tianyuan kingdom is going to rise again. The 3rd prince consort is really too powerful. He can actually destroy the Broken Kingdom. I want to follow such a lord. I also want to follow such a lord. I really didn't expect that we would be deceived by the 2nd princess and become rebels. That's right. The 2nd princess actually spread rumors that His Majesty had died in battle and that she had inherited the throne by imperial decree. Preposterous. We've all been deceived. Fortunately, 3rd prince consort is here. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. When the countless captives thought about how they had been deceived by the 2nd princess, they all spoke out angrily. Seeing this, Song Xiaotian spoke again. All of you, be quiet. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, everyone immediately quieted down and looked at Song Xiaotian in silence. As an 8-foot man, I will definitely be an indomitable spirit, serve the country, and achieve great things. I will bring honor to my ancestors." Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, countless captives felt their blood boiling as they looked at Song Xiaotian with burning eyes. Obviously, they were influenced by Song Xiaotian's words. "Marshal, please don't say any more. We are all criminals. Do we still have a chance to serve the country?" "That's right. If we want to serve the country, will third prince consort accept us? We are all rebels." Many of them heard Song Xiaotian's words and their eyes dimmed. After all, although Yi Hao had forgiven them, many of them were still unwilling to be labeled as rebels and traitors. Song Xiaotian obviously grasped the hearts of these captives. "Do you all want to be labeled as rebels and live the rest of your lives as cowards? Aren't you afraid that others will point fingers at you? Now, the Lord is giving all of you a chance. As long as you join the army, you can serve the country and the past will be forgotten. You will enjoy the same treatment as the current army." Song Xiaotian's gaze swept across the captives as his voice boomed in everyone's ears. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, countless of them lifted their heads and looked at Song Xiaotian excitedly. Is what the marshal said true? Will third prince consort really let bygones be bygones and give us this chance? This is great. I am willing to join the army. Countless captives shouted excitedly at this moment. Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, Song Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. Of course, there are conditions for the soldiers that the Lord wants. If they do not meet the conditions, the Lord will not accept them. Moreover, if they do not wish to become soldiers, the Lord will not force them. At this moment, Song Xiaotian spoke again. Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, many of the captives looked as if they had expected this. Of course, many of them heaved a sigh of relief too. After all, not everyone was willing to go to the battlefield and fight for their lives. Most of them preferred to live a peaceful and stable life. They were afraid that Yi Hao would be like the second princess and force them to join the army. All right, everyone. Those who wish to become pillars of the country, please sign up here. For those who are not selected, the Lord will give you some travel expenses and allow you to return home. Marshal, what about those who do not wish to join the army? Hearing Song Xiaotian's words, one of the captives looked at Song Xiaotian nervously and asked, "Don't worry. The Lord treats everyone equally. For those who do not wish to join the army, the Lord will still give you travel expenses and allow you to return home," Song Xiaotian said with a smile when he saw how nervous the captives were. "Third Prince Consort is such a good person. Is the third Prince Consort a savior who has descended to save us? If the third Prince Consort becomes the king of Chenyuan Kingdom, I will definitely be loyal to him. This is great. I thought that we would be punished if we did not join the army. I did not expect the third Prince Consort to give us travel expenses. It looks like the third Prince Consort really treats us as his own people. I will be grateful to the third Prince Consort for the rest of my life." Countless captives kowtowed to express their gratitude. Chapter 967. After all, they were on the battlefield and all of them had to leave their homes. If Yi Hao did not care about them, they would definitely become refugees or even starve to death on the way home. They did not expect that Yi Hao would not punish them and would even give them travel expenses so that they could go home. This made Yi Hao's image in these people's hearts instantly. This was how people at the bottom of society were. They would be grateful to whoever treated them well. Obviously, all the captives were extremely grateful to Yi Hao. Although all the soldiers had surrendered, there were too many people. However, there were too many of them. Just dealing with these captives alone took more than 10 days. In these 10 days, the news of her army being defeated and surrendering reached the ears of the eldest and second princesses. At this moment, the eldest princess's court was in a state of desolation. The ministers, who had been fawning over the eldest princess, lowered their heads absent-mindedly. Many of them even claimed that they were sick and did not attend the morning court. Some of them even claimed that they were old and wanted to return home. The eldest princess was not stupid and naturally knew what was going on. It was obvious that the ministers were intimidated by Yi Hao and had fled the scene in order to save their own lives. This made the eldest princess angry and helpless. Now, with 4 million soldiers under her command, she did not have much confidence to go against Yi Hao. Now, more than half of the 4 million soldiers had been lost and there were only slightly more than 1 million soldiers left. How was she going to fight against Yi Hao? Left Prime Minister, tell me, what should I do now? The eldest princess looked at the left Prime Minister with a cold face. Obviously, she had placed all her hopes on the left Prime Minister. This was because she knew that the left Prime Minister was loyal to her, and it was all thanks to the left Prime Minister that she was able to ascend the throne. If it were not for the left Prime Minister, she would probably still be imprisoned. Therefore, at this critical moment, she could only ask the left Prime Minister for help. The left Prime Minister paused when he heard the eldest princess's words. At this moment, the left Prime Minister looked extremely haggard and was no longer as high-spirited as he used to be. Obviously, he did not expect Yi Hao to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it was beyond his expectations. From the very beginning, he had already made up his mind. Even if the first princess was unable to unify the Qianyuan kingdom, he would still be able to do so. Even if there was Yi Hao and the second princess, at most, it would be a stalemate. This was already the worst-case scenario in his plan. But evidently, he had underestimated Yi Hao. To think that Yi Hao's army would be this strong. It was like a hot knife through butter. One had to know that the first and second princesses had sent out a total of 4 million soldiers. How long had it been since Yi Hao destroyed it? These 4 million soldiers were like pebbles sinking into the ocean. They didn't even cause the slightest splash. What? What are you hesitating for? Noticing the hesitation on the left Prime Minister's face, the eldest princess asked curiously with a frown. Hearing the first princess's question, all the officials looked at the left Prime Minister. After all, this matter was of great importance and concerned their lives. They were naturally curious and worried about what the first princess would do. But now, it was obvious that the first princess was seeking the left Prime Minister's opinion. The left Prime Minister was highly respected among them. Therefore, many of them wanted to see what the left Prime Minister would do. I dare not say. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, the left Prime Minister fell to his knees before he could say anything. What are you saying, Prime Minister? Why don't you tell us what you've done wrong? The first princess was even more curious when she saw the left Prime Minister's reaction. Your Majesty, Yi Hao is coming at us aggressively. Based on the route of their attack, it's not hard to tell that their target is Qianyuan Royal City, the left Prime Minister said to the first princess. The first princess nodded. Although she looked anxious, she signaled for the left Prime Minister to continue. Your Majesty, Yi Hao's army is too strong. We are definitely no match for them. Therefore, I suggest that we avoid them. The left Prime Minister paused and looked at the first princess. Avoid them? The first princess frowned when she heard the left Prime Minister's words. Prime Minister, how do you suggest we avoid them? I suggest that we withdraw from Qianyuan Royal City and leave it to Yi Hao while we look for a new territory. Who knew that the left Prime Minister's words would cause an uproar in the court? What did the Prime Minister say? Give up Qianyuan Royal City? Could the Prime Minister have scared Yi Hao out of his wits? Has he forgotten how difficult it was for us to obtain Qianyuan Royal City? This is the Royal City. If we give it up, where should we go? Furthermore, if we give up the Royal City, Your Majesty's reputation will be tarnished and the morale of the troops will plummet. At this moment, all the ministers present expressed their opinions. It was obvious that the Royal City was very important to them. They were very unwilling to give it up. If even these ministers were unwilling, the first princess was even more so. After all, she had conquered the Royal City and ascended to the throne. How could she be willing to give it up? Prime Minister, is this your suggestion? The first princess frowned as she looked at the left Prime Minister. She was clearly unhappy with his suggestion. The left Prime Minister could see through the thoughts of the first princess and the ministers with a single glance. The left Prime Minister swept his gaze across everyone in the court. Since none of you want to give up Qianyuan Royal City, let me ask you this. Who can stop Yi Hao's army? This, hearing the left Prime Minister's words, no one dared to look him in the eye and lowered their heads. What a joke! All of them had heard that the second princess had gotten 2 10th-order demon emperors from some unknown place to deal with Yi Hao. Both of them had gone to deal with him, but none of them had returned. Furthermore, they were not even demon emperors. Who would dare to say that they could stop Yi Hao's army? What's wrong? No one dares to speak. The left Prime Minister snorted when he saw that no one dared to look him in the eye. The left Prime Minister believed that he had the ability to suppress these ministers. Indeed, when they heard the left Prime Minister's snort, many of them lowered their heads in fear. Your Majesty, as long as we are alive, there will be hope. We will only have a chance to make a comeback if we are alive. If we leave now, we will still have a chance to leave. If Yi Hao's army really encircles Chenyuan Royal City, we won't even be able to leave. The left Prime Minister retracted his gaze and looked at the first princess as he tried to persuade her. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.